Presiding Chair. Mayor Williams.
Mayor Williams is going to be about 15 minutes late, he said.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton has received an excused absence. Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
And Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you.
We'll begin with the announcements by council, and I'll start to my right. Councilmember Rist.
Devin, thanks.
Councilmember Caballero. Councilmember Baker.
Sure. I was just following up on some of the conversations that we've been having up here. Reached out to the county about their about the Wake County out of school time study that they're conducting between North Carolina State and the Cooperative Extension. And it sounds like the Durham Cooperative Extension is also similarly anticipating conducting an out-of-school time study. And so they'll probably be reaching out for potential partnership opportunities in the future. So I just wanted to share that and put that on your radar. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cook.
Just briefly, again, happy Pride, everyone, and excited to go to the Pride Night at the Durham Bulls game this evening. I hope to see many of you there if the weather holds. And that is all.
Thank you. I would just add to Happy Pride, and I'm glad we had a chance to raise the Juneteenth flag yesterday at the courthouse. And I want to thank the county for pulling that together with Phyllis Coley and Spectacular Magazine. And then I also just wanted to share just a couple of thoughts from Monday night's budget hearing, and just noting there were a few requests that were made. And I just want to see the kind of where we are as a council around if some of those items might be possible, if they could end up in the PB process. I think we've held off on asking for community projects, and I think now might be the time to try and push in that direction, so that some of those projects that are not reoccurring, that are just one time, if it might be possible to kind of push in so that, I mean, they're under 2 million. So I think that some of them might be able to fit in that process. And I think whomever is the PB liaison might be able to ask the question if that's.
So I wanted to remind the council that, certainly the PB process is, it is when there's a presentation made from the previous cycle and authority to kind of move forward with the new cycle. We have been focused those projects on capital improvements. There was only one cycle where it was service type agreements, and the funding that we do set aside for it is in our CIP. So I did want to, go on the record to say that as it stands right now, there could have been some of those asks that were CIP type asks on public property. But if you will recall the previous cycle, all of the projects that were voted on were public improvements.
And that's a great point. I think with all the CIP projects we have had in the past, and then also with the CIP projects that will probably move into the bond if it passes through, I think it would give us some space, and it's an opportunity. I just offer it as a suggestion. That's all. Thank you. I'll move on to priority items by the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Chair. I do have, and council members, I do have a few priority items for you for your work session today. Agenda item number 28 is the Durham Rail Trail Project Design Update and Professional Services Contract Amendment with the John R. McAdams Company, Inc. A presentation will be made during this work session today. Agenda item number 39, U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, Airport Improvement Program Grant Offer 3-37-005-6-067-2024. A supplemental item has been added to your agenda today. Similar agenda item number 40, which is a U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Grant Offer 3-37-0056-068-2024. Another supplemental item has been added. Agenda item number 41, which is American Rescue Plan Act ARPA project sub-recipient agreement with Affordable Community Residents Association for the Fitz-Powell Affordable Housing Project. A supplemental item has been added. And finally, agenda item number 42, on-call executive recruitment services list. A supplemental item has been added to your agenda. That is all I have for you this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We don't need to approve those. It's just a go. Okay. So I'll just,
So moved.
Second.
thank you. I think it's been moved and properly second. All in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. And priority items from the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Presiding Chair Freeman. Good afternoon, Madam Manager and members of the City Council. Just a matter of personal privilege, I was hoping to introduce the City Attorney's Office summer interns to you today that are here in attendance. So probably ask them to stand to be recognized. We have 3 amazing interns with us this summer. Allison Barkley, she is a rising third year at Duke Law School. She's originally from Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Since college, she has remained in the Triangle, and she's a dual degree student with a master's in public policy as well as a law school degree that she's pursuing. Her last 2 summers, she's interned with the Durham Community Safety Department and the North Carolina DOJ Office of the Solicitor General. In her free time, she enjoys writing, reading, and hiking. So that's Allison. We also have Brindavani Mudapati. Brenda is a rising second year at Duke Law School. Prior to law school, she was a student at the University of Minnesota. She's majored in political science with minors in business law and the psychology of law. Outside of school, she enjoys playing ping pong and walking her dog. And then we have Caroline Poteet. She is a rising second year at UNC. She was born and raised in Drexel, North Carolina. She earned a bachelor's degree of science from the American University of Washington, D.C. She also holds master's degree in Appalachian Studies and Geography with concentrations in sustainable development and community planning. And those degrees are from Appalachian State University. She has spent the last 15 years in the environmental nonprofit sector. So we're very excited to have them join us this summer and wanted to introduce them to you today.
Welcome. We're happy to have you. Any other?
No other priority items.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Chair, and good afternoon, council members. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items today.
Thank you. I'll go through our administrative consent items and starting with number 1, Durham Board of Adjustments, mayoral appointment. Number 2, Human Relations Commission appointment. Number 3, the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission mayoral appointment. I do have a question for the clerk around that one. So I don't want to pull it, but the form that we're using doesn't allow us to not select, and I didn't want to select. So I do want to make sure we fix that if we can. And then number 4, the Carolina Theater of Durham Board of Trustees appointment. Number 5, Durham Open Space and Trails Commission appointment. Number 6, the Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment. Number 7, Durham Workers' Rights appointment. Number 8, Durham City County Environmental Affairs appointments. Number 9, Racial Equity Commission appointment. And number 10, Durham Homeless Services Advisory appointments.
I have a question about that one as well. I think maybe I should just go ahead and pull that.
We'll pull that one. Madam Manager, you have that? Number 11, Durham Cultural Advisory Board appointments. Number 12, Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointments. Number 13, approval of city council minutes. Number 14, contract agreement with St. Joseph's Historic Foundation, Inc. to provide funding to support core programming, facility rentals, salaries, benefits, and contracted services. Number 15, contract agreement with the Museum of Durham History to provide funding to support museum operations. Number 16, fiscal year 2024-25 budget and 25 through 30 capital improvement plan and CIP ordinance and other related ordinances.
Pull that one.
I'm gonna pull that one. Did you catch that, Madam Manager? Number 17, contract with El Centro Hispano to provide salary and operating support. Number 18,
Fiscal number 17, please.
Number 18, contract amendment number 2 with Moss+Ross LLC for communications consulting services.
I'd like to pull that one.
That's pulled. Number 19, contract amendment with Corporate F.A.C.T.S for technical assistance on affordable housing project.
I'd like to pull that one as well.
Number 20, First Amendment to contract with Volunteers of America of the Carolinas, Inc. for provisions of coordinated entry with diversion services.
Pull that one as well.
Number 21, contract with North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness, NCCEH, to provide homeless management information systems lead agency services. Number 22, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, revised commitment letter to Bradley Housing Developers, LLC for the Sandy Ridge Station project. Number 23, resolution providing approval of a multifamily housing facility to be a portion of the lofts at Southside and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds. For general services, okay, so number 24, First Amendment to the Geotechnical Engineering Services contract with ECS Southeast LLC for the Durham Station Transit Center Improvement Project. Number 25, United States Department of Agricultural, USDA, Forest Service Inflation Reduction Act and Urban and Community Forestry Grant, which is phenomenal. Number 26, United States Department of Agriculture, USDA Forest Services Inflation Reduction Act, Urban and Community Forestry Grant subrecipient grant, the grant agreement with Keep Durham Beautiful, which is also phenomenal. Number 27, Third Amendment to the sublease with Duke University Health Systems, Inc. and sublease agreement with Lincoln Community Health Center at the Holton Center. Number 28, Durham Rail Trail Project Design Update and Professional Services Contract Amendment with the John R. McAdams Company, Inc. That's a presentation. Number 29, Old Chapel Hill Road Park Field Replacement Project Purchase Contract with Field Turf USA, Inc. Number 30, amendments to the City of Durham Classifications and Compensation Pay Plan. And number 31, contract with Rebuild Together of the Triangle for Neighborhood Preservation Program. Number 32, fiscal year 2024 through 25, agreement to fund economic development programs and services operated by Downtown Durham, Inc., using City of Durham funds. Number 33, contract amendment number 4 with Downtown Durham, Inc., for the fiscal year 2024 through 25 city services and programs for the Downtown Durham Municipal Service District. Number 34, is that 34? Contract for the pre-employment polygraph examinations of police applicants.
Pull that one.
Number 34 is pulled. Number 35, contract amendment 3 to the professionals engineering services contract with Haven and Sawyer PC for the East Durham Water and Sewer Rehabilitation and Belt Street Regional Stormwater Improvement Project. Number 36, Amendment 1 to Professional Services Contract number 18853 with Schnabel Engineering South PC for design of Little River Dam settlement and seepage improvements.
Pull that one.
Number 37, Unified Development Ordinance Rewrite Audit Report.
That's a presentation, right?
Is it a presentation today? Okay, that's a presentation. And we have our public hearing items, 2024 General Obligation Bond Referendum. And we'll move to supplemental items, the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration's Airport Improvement Program Grant Offer 337-0056-067-2024. And number 40, U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Offer 3-37-0056-068-2024. And for community development, the number 41, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA project, subrecipient grant agreement with Affordable Community Residents Association for the Fitz-Powell Affordable Housing Project. And number 42, on-call executive recruitment services list. I think that completes our agenda with items pulled 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, presentations for 28. Number 34 is pulled, 36 is pulled, and 37 is a presentation. Okay. And I think we'll move to our citizens items, residents items, public comments. Thank you. I look forward to that happening. So we don't want to exclude our residents who are not citizens. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. So we have 3 online and 3 in person. We'll start with those online first. Madam Clerk, if you want to call the first name out.
The first speaker is Jacqueline Wagstaff.
Thank you. Former Councilmember Wagstaff, are you unmuted?
I sure am. And how many minutes do I get? Nobody told me.
Oh, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Chair and council members. I come to you today on 2 matters. One is a citizen matter, and the other one that should be on file that I've signed up to speak on the bond referendum. But this one is about citizen matter. I'm going to start off by saying that the last time, and I did some research, that the city council procedures were revised was November the 8th, 2012. And to this day, I can't find any revisions since then. With that being said, in section number 2, city council meeting, section 2-6-7A and 2-6-7B, citizens and public hearing, I have not found any mention of limitations on virtual citizen comments, time restrictions on when a citizen has to be signed up to speak on a matter on the citizen agenda, on the council agenda. It is my understanding that the public hearings such as the 2025 budget hearing that took place this past Monday, and I actually signed up, and I signed up after 2 o'clock. I was not allowed to speak, but it was a public hearing. It is my understanding that public hearings are, those time limitations or those time restrictions don't apply. And when I looked at the procedure manual, there's only one reference to a time, and that's for 7 p.m. in-person deadline on when to sign up and speak. That's in writing. Outside of that, there is nothing in there that says that to speak virtually, you have to have signed up by 2 p.m., I guess the day before or the day of the work session. The citizen procedures only mention the 7 p.m. in-person sign-up deadline, but makes no mention of the virtual audience, 2 p.m. sign-up deadline. So unless there has been a revision of the November 8th, 2012 City Council procedure rules that have not been made available to the general public, speaking on behalf of myself, I feel that my rights, because I did sign up, to speak on the public budget hearing on Monday night were violated. And I think that we need to have a clear understanding of what virtual speaking and sign up entails as it relates to the only procedure revision ordinance is from November the 8th to 2012. So that's the one that I'm looking at. Anything outside of that, it may be a practice, but it's not a procedure. And I'll follow a procedure, but I'm not going to follow somebody's practice that they just pulled out of the air or out of somewhere else. So I need to have a clear understanding of what is required of virtual speakers and why we're not entitled to the same provisions that you give the in-person speaker, because we're speaking on the same item. So that is my concern today.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. I just wanted to acknowledge that Mayor Williams has joined us and will be taking over.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Councilmember Freeman. Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff, for your comments. Procedures are not ordinance. They are practice, and if I'm the presiding officer, then it'll be the chair's prerogative to enforce those procedures. Moving to the next speaker, Raven Smith, welcome. You
Mr.
have 3
Mayor,
minutes.
Mr. Mayor, there's no Raven Smith, but there is a Luke Smith.
I have Raven here. So therefore, the next speaker will be DeWarren Langley. Mr. Langley, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams and members of the City Council. I initially was not going to speak today because, as you all know, I've repeatedly come before you all over the last year requesting funding to support transformative work for boys and young men of color in this community. And during the last budget work session, there was a question by Councilwoman Cook to our police chief asking about, and I'm going to repeat this quote to you all until I start seeing money in the budget that is reflective of the recommendation that came from our police chief as to what we need to do in this community to remedy what we're seeing among our young people, that we recognize our kids as some of these most affected or not exposed to the world that shows them that they can be better and be in a better place than they currently are. They will turn around and potentially be our next victims or grow up to offend in our society. Last night, I received a text message from one of our fellows in our career pathway program. It was 11:39 p.m. and the message started off with saying hello. And I said, sir, it is 11:39 p.m. And the next message was, thank you again for helping me. And the screenshot said, congratulations on your full-time employment offer at Microsoft. When we are talking about transformative work, I don't know how much more transformative than an employment opportunity after 4 years in undergraduate at Microsoft can be. And so again, I plead with you all as you all are finalizing the budget for $25,000. And I've been going more in depth into you all's agenda, and I'm seeing where organizations get money for rent, which I didn't even know the city would pay rent for an organization. But I will be revising my request next year and asking for additional support. But you all pay rent, you all pay salaries, and I'm not asking you all to give me money to compensate myself, because at every volunteer opportunity that I have done throughout my entire life in Durham, I have not been compensated because I've always been employed that covers my living expenses. But what I do need is you all to invest in the work that is being done that is transforming the lives of these boys and young men. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langley. Madam Clerk, I want to send you a message about Luke Smith. There was a mix-up in the names here, so I'll send that to you, and they should be getting on. 17, yeah. All right, and next I have Angela Lee. No, that's a resource person. Okay, so this is an agenda item, okay. All right, moving to in-person. Dan Nagy, welcome. You have 3 minutes, and John Warcilla will be right after.
My name is Dan. Street. It is where M Tempura and Velvet Hippo restaurants all reside. And it's also become a major thoroughfare between Parish and East Chapel Hill Street. I'm here talking on behalf of the residents and businesses. My main purpose is just to inform you and update you on what we consider a decaying and declining situation with the garbage bin that houses garbage cans and recyclables for the many businesses and residents of Orange Street. And also to ask your help, Council, in trying to help to rectify, and I'll make a very specific comment on the way we think it can happen. There's a handout with some pictures that hopefully you have in front of you, and we'll reference a couple of those, but I'm going to speak very quickly. My guess is many of you know about the fire that occurred on Orange Street early Monday morning, about 2:30, and it was the recyclable blue bins that caught fire and immediately spread, doing 5 other bins and melted them to the ground. And you can see a picture there in the aftermath of it. It was the wake-up call for us to come to you and to say, look, we need some help quickly. We've been trying to go through the regular process of trying to increase and to help with the expansion of the recyclable bins, but have had very little luck so far. So the problem is this: the Orange Street has exploded, and when that enclosure was built 10 years ago, there was 1 restaurant, 1 bar, and a couple residents. Today, it's quadrupled in that number, but the bin has not been expanded at all. And recently, because there is no room for the recyclable bins, they were moved out to the sidewalk, the blue bins. The garbage is still there, and the oil and from the restaurants cooking is still in the bins. So what is the problem? It's too small, and we need to improve it to get it larger. This, along with the overflow from the garbage containers, has created a real eyesore, and residents going back and forth to the restaurants and from East Chapel Hill to East Parish will see that the mess that the bins have created. The third part of the problem is there's no secure door on the existing enclosure, and so it has become a magnet for unwanted individuals, so to speak, to enter and rummage through the garbage. They sleep there, they defecate there. And so we're trying to.
Thank you, Mr. Nagy. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Okay. All right.
Next, I have John Wasilla.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for your time, Mayor. Following up on Dan's comments, I was brought into this discussion because we're property holders on Orange Street as well, and I walk up and down that street quite often. It was interesting to me that this situation parallels events that are happening near the Armory as well, where there's another solid waste center. So I got involved in that one because we happen to be stakeholders over there as well. And during that process, we came across a system that Raleigh was considering where those kind of centers are really, most of the waste in them is housed underground in a retrieval system. And we brought that to the attention of some of the solid waste folks. I don't know where that's finally landed or ended up, but both of those locations strike me as ideal places to be setting up solid waste centers based on that model. To Dan's point, one of the issues we're having on Orange Street is we have a recurring problem with a homeless individual who lives on that street pretty much in that trash center. We've had multiple meetings with the HEART team, other folks, DDI. How do we deal with this? And last week it literally erupted into a fire. So that's what kind of prompted Dan's immediate response to like, hey, we need to escalate this and figure out how to get this solved. So it's a very real problem. I think it probably happens in multiple locations in the city. And at this point, I think we're all fortunate that that fire didn't spill over to the grease centers that the restaurants use that are there. That fire probably would have been 10 times worse. So it's a very real public safety issue that I don't know what the mechanism is for getting that escalated and dealt with, but it's there and it's real. So thanks.
Thank you. We can have staff kind of follow up on that. Thank you. You have to put items. Oh, it's a for an agenda item, number 17. They signed up in the wrong place. All right, number 10, Councilmember Cook.
Yeah, I just pulled this because I have a quick question about it. We were tasked with filling 2 vacancies, one representing faith community and one representing former homeless person, to appoint to the Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee. At no point on the applications were applicants asked to select if they fit either of those 2 categories. Their applications, some of them talked about it, but many of them didn't. All 4 of the applicants were listed for both of those positions because there was no request in the application asking if they fit those categories. So I guess this is my question in terms of moving forward, when we are meant to select an individual who represents a faith community and we don't know of the candidates if any of them actually fit that category, and to someone who is formerly homeless that was in a couple of the applications but not asked for specifically, and so we don't know of those applicants who fits either of those categories for certain, how we are supposed to select for those vacancies.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for your question. I'm going to defer to Javon Pratt. She's an assistant clerk who handles the boards and committee process. And I'm going to ask her to come online.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams, members of City Council, Javon Pratt, Assistant City Clerk with the City Clerk's Office. So the application has been updated for applicants to choose categories for Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee, but at the time applications were pulled, that wasn't an option and cannot be retroactively done. This was actually my first time having to pull applications for this board since I've been in this role, so I wasn't aware that this was the application process for this board. But moving forward, you will be able to see the categories that are on the application for this.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. I appreciate that. And this is just, again, I'm going to voice my concern. I don't believe this council is able to fill these positions without knowing if the people we're putting in the positions meet the categories of the position. So, and I understand that this is going to be burdensome, but that I think it's worth talking about whether or not we reissue both. And I would ask that we specifically reach out to the 4 applicants who have already applied and make sure that they know that that reissuance is happening so that they can update their application. I don't think it will be too much of a burden on them since they will be able to submit the same application just with selecting 1 extra box. But in my opinion, even if we have cast votes today, I don't think that we are able to make a call on that, seeing as we don't know if they meet the criteria for the position.
Would you like this referred back to the department? Item 10?
Yes, that will be
Okay.
my request, I guess. Then.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Councilmember
Riss.
Cook. I will definitely make sure I reach out to these candidates to make sure I can receive a category that they would like to represent this board.
I want to make sure that's a council order. So before there are some comments on it. Councilmember
Yeah,
Riss.
thank you, Ms. Pratt. Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for your comments. I agree 100%. I think we, and this is not the first time this has come up in some of the appointments where there's a particular community or group that's intended to be represented on a board and commission. We get the application, and sometimes it's clear that person qualifies in that group. It's not always clear. And so I think right now we have the option of either voting for the person or referring it back to so I think it would be helpful to have a little more specificity, especially when these different groups are specified by boards and commissions. So I know that that may be complicated in terms of the application, how you adjust that, but I think some more guidance that would help us make good decisions, because right now we either vote up or down based on what we have. Thank you.
Question, I don't do this always, but I do try to do it as much as possible. Are you all reaching out to the applicants at all? To, do you just read the application?
Thank you for the question.
Oh, no, that was to the council, Ms. Pratt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I mean, it's just a general question. I can't do it because there's so many of them, but I do it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I think we had what, 12 different items, and one of the items had 20
Yeah, this
people
one
on
was
it,
a lot. I did not do all of them at the time.
No, I have not reached out to them, and I'm interested by that because I actually didn't know that was an option. It does seem that then if we were able to reach out, that we would have supplemental information that the rest of our colleagues would not have. So I had never done that.
Yeah, it was just something I think I started doing that when I first got on council in 21. I would just contact them and call them if they were interested. But also it was like when it was a short list and I needed to get a little more context beyond the application itself. So it was just trying to help me be better informed on a decision. It's a lot of busy work if you're doing that, but I was just curious. Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I would also encourage applicants to reach out to us as well. Yeah. One question I've got is, do we need to completely re-advertise, or can we reach out and just figure out which category they should or could be in? Is there a shortcut here that we could use?
Typically, we go back and re-advertise the position.
Okay.
Also, I think one of the reasons that we have, and you'll see on this list in particular, that many of them have recommended people, because the folks who sit on those boards and commissions and actually do the work spend a lot more time with those applications and have often built relationships with the folks who are applying, which is why it's really important when we see those list of recommended folks, I tend to honor them, because I know that the folks who are doing the work have really thought through it in a way that as council, either we don't have time or it's not our assigned board or commission, so we don't really know what their work is. So I will say that was really helpful with this list, which was very long, is that several of the items in front of us had recommendations from that board or commission.
About the re-advertising, folks took time out to fill out these applications. I don't, just because it's typical, I don't know if that needs to be the practice. Can we not just reach out to get the clarification?
I'm sorry, Diana, may I just comment on this, please?
Sure.
Hi, I'm sorry. Hi, Mayor Williams, members of City Council. Lola Rowland here with the City Clerk's office. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I just saw Ms. Pratt's lips not moving and it wasn't Diana, so I was confused. So
I'm just hopping in really quick because I do think that Javon would reach out to me. But according to City Council procedures, we only have to advertise for any vacancies a minimum of 30 days. So we've already done this with this particular item. So if the council is asking us to refer this item back to the administration, Javon would just reach out to these people, ask them which categories they'd like to be, thrown in for the pool. And then what we would do is we would just put the item back as an agenda item, because if we were to advertise for a minimum of 30 days, the item wouldn't come back to council for at least another 2 months. But if all we're asking is for them to choose their categories, then she could actually put it onto the next on-base agenda deadline, assuming that she heard back from all the applicants.
I think that would be the best, way to go forward, considering the residents have put in their interest. Does that satisfy the pleasure of the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Also, just to point out too, that these boards and commissions also need people. They need to fill capacity so that to do the work they do. So we want to, as quickly as we can, fill those openings to allow them to do their work appropriately.
Totally agree. And I want to just resonate with Councilmember Baker. For anyone who's interested, in addition to the folks who have been recommended by boards, which I rely heavily on. Also, if you're interested, just, reach out and let us know, hey, I'm interested in serving on this board, and we can get you in that process to be selected. All right. Was that all?
And just making sure they know that they can reach out to all of us at council@durhamnc.gov. So they don't have to do each and every individual email address.
Could you say it again, please? City council only?
And city council only
Yeah,
at
at durhamnc.
durhamnc.gov.
City council only at durhamnc.gov.
Do we need to have a thumbs up for having them reach out and
Yeah. And,
bring it back? Okay.
all right. I've shared that
Thank
email
you.
quite a bit. When folks email me yelling at me like, nope, send it to the whole council. Here's the email. All right. Number 16. Is that? Wow.
Councilmember Rist, I believe.
Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had two quick questions. I did have a comment from a citizen asking about the 5-year CIP. So we approve every year the 1-year CIP, right? Do we have a copy of that the full plan? Because we may have seen some of that at the budget retreat in the spring. I assume that's changed as well. So will we see a full, I don't know if it's a spreadsheet or full plan for the full 5-year CIP?
So I will ask the Budget Management Services Director to, certainly the ordinance only includes the current year. We say plan in particular because it is a plan and it's subject to reshuffling at every budget year. But we do have a presentation of a plan, and I will allow Christina to talk about how that actually gets distributed and is made transparent.
Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services Director. Yes, so the council is approving the initial 1 year. So the ordinance is for 1 year. And then if we have updates throughout the year, you will approve amendments, which happen as well too. And so the longer range plan is something that we are constantly working on. And so that is something though that we traditionally don't, provide as part of the budget materials, but something that we can share at a later date with council as we kind of work towards that.
That'd be great to see that. Obviously, what's in the plan, even though it's evolving, is helpful to know what's in there, what we're envisioning for that 5-year period. The other question I had, if I may, was also, I think we, at the last work session, I think we also did request sort of an accounting or itemized list of like what changed in the 1-year CIP from the presentation in April or whenever that was at the budget retreat to the new CIP that's been amended, right? If we could see that, that'd be great. Just to know like what's new, what's changed. Yeah.
I don't think that I heard, I may not have heard that request, but we can provide that for you.
That'd be great. Just to know like what's new, what's changed, what's out, that kind of thing.
Okay, so what you're asking for, just so I'm clear, is that when the council budget retreats, what changed from the initial request to what is actually in the recommended adopted budget? Is that what you're asking?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I speak? I want to make sure the administration is clear on what we're bringing back, because you did receive additional information that I thought was responsive to exactly what you just asked. So I just want to make sure there was a slide that was part of the additional information that we provided. And I didn't want us to provide the exact same thing if it's not what you're asking for now. So Christina, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, that I did not. Yeah, that's why I'm clarifying, because I'm not sure exactly if we provide, because you did have the list of what was initially in the budget and then what was recommended. But you're asking us to.
Well, just that it's a long list. And so we could go through there and one by one say, okay, this one was in the spring. Is that still in there now? But that's a pretty tedious process to go through. That's a large number of items in the CIP. So just knowing from the presentation we had in the spring, I think there's 104 million was the total of projects, right? Just knowing which ones are still in the CIP, which ones are taken out, if there's new ones that have been added in. So just without us having to go through line by line to try to figure it out ourselves, it'd be helpful just to have like a guide to understand what has changed since that initial presentation. Did that make sense? Yeah.
So when we met in our budget workshops back in middle of February and the first day of March, there was a list provided of all of the departmental asks or requests. And at the time in the budget process, those were just requests that had been made that had not been vetted by our CIP, prioritization teams or anything like that. So what I think I hear you saying is that was a list of total requests. And ultimately you received a list that is part of the ordinance that we are representing, and you just want to see what was requested compared to what was in the ordinance, as well as the items that ultimately we are anticipating may be funded by the bond proceeds this fall. Is that
That's correct, yeah,
your
right,
question?
because as you've described to us, that part of the change there was that with the bond ordinance being approved to go to the vote, there were some things taken out of the CIP because we have more capacity now with those moving to the bond. So just knowing, again, what's moved around, how that with the.
So I think we did add a slide that basically just had a listing of projects, but we did not present it in the format that you're asking for it now. You're asking just for a list of asks, and then how that list of asks compares to the ordinance that is the CIP ordinance, with kind of a side note of the projects that would potentially be funded if the bond is approved in November. Is that the request?
That's correct, yeah.
And I just will preface that, the list that you get at the retreat is a very early list from departments. And so sometimes in going back and forth with departments, there are changes made based on what they feel like their need is, or what they gain more information as we go forward with that. So I just want to caution that list sometimes has changes.
Yeah.
And I will also say that, as the finance department works with the delivery departments and a timing of the project, the phasing of the project is discussed and agreed upon. That also sometimes changes where the project funding falls in the future CIP. So sometimes a department is putting a brand new project on the list, but they don't need that to be included in the ordinance because they're in pre-design or they're in design, and not in construction. So that is part of the reason that you might see the same project name, you might see a different number, but I did want that to be on the record, stated on the record as one of the things that changes between the original ask or request and what ultimately gets included in the proposed ordinance for this year.
Could I respond then? Yeah. So I understand you've got your process. And I understand that's an evolving process, and that's important that you all go through. As council members, we get requests from the community. Hey, how come that thing is not in this budget anymore? So we just need to be able to explain to people what is changing and have some visibility about like how this process is evolving and why things may have changed. That's all we need. But yeah.
Thank you. And then additionally, I think part of it is because there's a bond, folks really want to understand what is shifting from the CIP. So I'm certainly starting to get questions around, and that's something that staff isn't really having those conversations, and y'all can't, but part of the importance of the bond is the capacity it gives in the CIP because projects are moving out. And so to be able to clearly communicate that to residents as council members start to have those conversations out in the community is just going to be really, really helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm here for the next one too.
Oh, okay. All right.
I
Item
think there's a resident who signed up.
16. Ms. Wagstaff, can you hear me?
I can.
Good. You have 3 minutes. Item number
Okay.
16.
Okay. Just to correct something, Mr. Mayor, about what you said when I made a comment about rules and procedures and orders.
Is this item number 16, Ms. Wagstaff?
Right, but I have to address it. I'm going to item number 16.
You don't have to address, it has to be number item 16, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'll put it in writing so that you can send me the ordinance that gives you the right to change the rule to a practice. So
I look forward to reading it.
Okay, I will send it to you. But item number 16, the budget. Again, I'm going back to the comments that were made by Council Member Cooks. While I respect Council Member Cooks, and I'm so happy that she's there representing Ward 3, I do not agree with the comment about the parks and the parks being safe places for youth. And that's why this bond referendum is so important. I've worked in this community for years, And parks in the neighborhood I worked in have normally never been a safe place. And we can go and look at that now if you go to Long Meadow Park, which has the only pool that has a water slide that used to be a place where low-income people could take their children during the week free of charge and have somewhere for them to be in a safe place. Well, we don't have that anymore. And actually the parks in the most deprived neighborhoods are being used as encampments for the homeless. And I don't think it's one youth in Durham that would be in a park without being supervised, and it would be a safe place for them. So I don't get the correlation of a referendum of $200 million for a general maintenance fund balance. That parks, streets, and sidewalks are supposed to be in your general maintenance budget. That is something that you have to do every year, constantly throughout the year. Just like I get up every morning and I take a bath. I don't call up the mortgage company every time I turn on the water and say I need to refinance the house so I can turn the water on. This makes no sense that we're increasing the taxes on the taxpayers and people's incomes are not increasing just because y'all want to increase things and find another revenue stream of money. And the same way with that ordinance, that's not free money. That's the city going out borrowing money on the taxpayers' dime, and then it has to be paid back. And I don't care what the interest rate, how low the interest rate, it still has to be paid back through the taxpayers. We need to look at those pet projects that are being funded through the taxpayers that we're not getting reports on, and put that money back into general maintenance and do the business of the city and take care of the obligations that the city has on a daily basis, and not have to run bond referendums to take care of general operations and maintenance bills. It just makes no sense. So while I respect you, Councilwoman Cooks, I think you're doing an excellent job, and keep inquiring. This is the one thing that I may disagree with you on. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. We are now on number 17, Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to, I think there might also be a resident signed up for this item. So that's one. I just want to know if we could get a list of all the nonprofits who are just put in our budget the way that this item is. Does that make sense? It's usually, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Christina Reardon, Director of Budget and Management Services. So I don't have a list of every single nonprofit that is funded by the city because some are funded directly through departments. There is a list in your budget book under the community building section, which does have a listing of some of the nonprofits that receive funding.
Thank you.
And I can provide you with that page number if you would like.
That would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Reardon. And also looking at the items in the budget, I see we have good information on contracts, scope of work, sort of a progress report, or I guess a sort of prospective progress report for fiscal year 25. Do we routinely get in reports from these groups, and does this council see those, just to get a sense of not only what the contract would be funding going forward, but also how they perform to date in terms of, being a recipient of city funds? Do we get that regularly, or could we have that information just so we have some visibility on sort of performance of the folks we're funding?
Yeah, I think it varies depending on the contract. So with this particular contract, there is a request for quarterly updates. They do provide a quarterly report to Budget and Management Services for this particular contract, manages this contract. And so for this contract, per se, we do receive a quarterly report in our office.
Right. I think that, and probably, I'm not sure.
But it would vary, other nonprofits throughout the city would vary depending on the contract that they have with the city.
For me, quarterly reports might be a little too much, but it seems like on some annual basis to have some visibility on performance of these contracts.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's something we could in the future add, just so we have like a report going backwards as we look into to approve a contract going forward. That'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Madam Manager.
So you bring, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you bring to the table multiple different issues around the folks that we contract with. Anytime we have a contract, that contract, because we are the government, it requires monitoring and accountability for the way that the funding is being spent. So on an administrative basis, those details are worked out with the city attorney when we execute the agreement. as to what level of reporting is required, whether there are monitoring visits, whether they are quarterly reports, and sometimes it does include an annual report that may be written. Sometimes it is a voluntary annual report that the organization just wants to request through the department that is overseeing the contract itself, just as an update to both the council and the community. As we talk about the historical contracts or the contracts that we're in the middle of, certainly any new requirements would have to be negotiated with the organization that we're in a contract with. But I do hear you saying that like most of your boards and commissions have the requirement to make an annual report. They usually make that written, and it comes to the council in a report. You've probably seen agenda items where those annual reports are present. Then you have actually seen nonprofits that we may have a contract with or may not have a contract with that just want to come before the council and talk about the work that they're doing. And then we have the agreements that are already in force as to what type of reporting that needs to happen. If the council, wants reports that are not required by the organization, it doesn't mean we can't work with them and have, some type of presentation made. But I wanted to make it really clear that once we have something in the form of a contract, that's what that is the expectation we have of the nonprofit.
Yeah, just to be clear, so I'm not asking for a new set of reports, but as you're describing, I appreciate that the staff is monitoring all these contracts, and I understand that's happening on a monthly, quarterly basis or whatever. I think the question for me is, does the council get some benefit of that work you're doing, to get a sense of like, what have the staff learned from these reports over the course of a year? Has this contract have been effective at reaching the goals they've identified or not? So having some visibility in how these contractors are actually performing relative to the analysis your staff is doing would be quite helpful. Again, high level visibility on that, since we do have a number of folks we are contracting with.
Right. Number, yeah. Do you see him yet? Luke Smith? Okay. So I know we're having, Luke, if you can hear me, you are Mr. Technical Difficulties today. So we have two of you. One of you, can you speak up?
Wow.
There you go. Hey, welcome, man. You have 3 minutes.
I have many identities. Well, it's good to see you, Mayor Williams, members of the council, and Mrs. Page. It's a privilege to speak with you right now about this topic. El Futuro is the organization I represent as the director. We have a location, our base location is in the Lakewood Shopping Center. We've been there for a number of years, in Durham for 15 years. We're the Latino serving organization with the largest footprint here in Durham. And the reason why I'm coming to you is because I'm first of all excited that Mayor Williams is coming to visit next Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. And I want to invite all members of the council. Mrs. Page, you're all welcome to come on that visit. We'd love to see you. For the 30-minute visit, we're just going to show you what we do. We'll probably have a line out in front of people waiting to see us, because that's how it is in the mornings. It's a very needed service that we offer in mental health, substance use counseling, case management. We work closely with a lot of the funded partners that you fund. Alliance is one of our main partners, but also Lincoln, Duke, the schools. When we see an item like this on the agenda, we want to support our colleagues at El Centro Hispano, but also the other organizations that are serving the Latino community. In other counties where we have our work, we are part of a funding process where we go into the county, to the city, Siler City, Chapel Hill, Carborough. We go in and we have a very equitable, fair, transparent process of applying for funds. And then we report on those funds. And we've been very fortunate to be able to secure those over 20 years of service in those locations, but we've never had that opportunity with Durham City. And the ARPA funding process was a possibility for us, but it didn't work out for many reasons that we wish it had when it was voted on back in February by the council. We would have loved to have had that funding, but now we see this, and it's going to our colleague, El Centro Hispano, just like those ARPA funds went to that organization. And we have questions, and we want to we want to understand how we can also engage you in a way that would allow us to provide more services at a time when we're having to make a real decision on whether or not we can continue the services we are offering based on funding levels going down. So thank you for your consideration of this item, but also please consider other organizations like ours and others that I could name that are doing good work in the community.
Thank you so much for your comments and also telling everyone where I'm going to be on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Thanks for signing up. All right. Next is number 18, Councilmember Cook. You and Director Johnson.
I think he knows. Yeah. All right. I just have several questions over the next few ones. This first one, number 18, I saw that there's specific deliverables in this contract. Are those deliverables tied to the bond in some way, or were those deliverables that we as a city set? Can you just tell me where those came from?
Reginald Johnson, Director, Community Development Department. Primarily related to the Federal Home Durham Affordable Housing Program. So it's a bond in part, but it's also really related to the entire $160 million investment.
So this is, I guess the reason I'm asking is because we gave ourselves the option to extend the contract. There are kind of discrete deliverables, which I assume we sort of knew we would need to continue getting. And I'm just wondering why it was contracted this way and whether or not those were deliverables that we were required as part of the bond to receive, or if that was just our city that was.
Well, to the extent that I'm understanding the question, let me try to answer it in this way. One of the things that was important before the bond passed was communication. And that was one of the important values that we had. And so what we put in as part of the proposal, when I say the proposal, the discussion, was a way to help the Community Development Department augment how we communicate the results of Forever Home Durham. Mm-hmm. And so we needed help to be able to do it. We were not able to do that through just the communications department with the city or community development staff in terms of person power or expertise. And so we set resources aside to be able to communicate, for example, the Forever Home Durham website. That is from Moss+Ross in French West Vaughan, the entire design of the entire website. The bus decals on Forever Home Durham, that's part of the French West Vaughan. The stories that we have on the website about the projects in different ways that we talk about the work that we've completed, that's also Moss+Ross and French West Vaughan. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but that was a key part, mm-hmm. just as the minority and women-owned business was also a key part, a tenant with the passage of the bond referendum. And even the name itself, Forever Home Durham, mm-hmm. that comes from the collaboration that we had with Moss+Ross and French West Vaughan.
Yeah, I think you're actually touching on my second part of my question, which is sort of why we needed a contractor here. I think I heard you say that it fell out of our scope as a city to do, but I am just curious about why. And I do want to say I read the background information on this, and it sounds like an awesome group. You just said it's a woman-owned, and yes, and it's it sounds like a great organization. I'm just curious why we weren't able to do that in-house and sort of the specifics that made that too complicated for us.
Very much so. The website itself, they were key in that.
Madam Manager.
If I might, I will add just a little context. Certainly, prior to when you were part of the council, when the original priorities in the Forever Home Durham program started, The city did determine that certain components of that, certainly the largest, housing bond we'd ever in North Carolina, along with the biggest project that the city was putting into place, not just for 1 year, but for multi-years. Decisions were made back then of whether or not we were going to staff up or do these services in-house or contract them out. So I understand your question, and Reginald understands your question, but it really was a decision made at the time to contract these particular services out instead of doing them in-house. The amendment that you have in front of you is an amendment before this council, but the priority of having that service outsourced was part of the decision-making for the 5-year plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm particularly thinking about it in the context of the fact that we're about to pass 2 potentially really large bonds that, and sort of just seeing the continued expenditure in terms of communication. And, I mean, that's what I think most of these deliverables are around, right? Like, how are we communicating and what is our transparency? And just thinking about that as in terms of down the line with our bonds as well. But those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Riss,
Ask 2 questions. Is the Moss+Ross contract or the Evans conglomerate of it, is it counting towards MWBE numbers in some place? Like, is this a tally in the bond language that you're trying to reach a certain goal in this MWB?
Oh, that's a good question, Councilmember. I'm gonna have to go back and check that, because the UMCNC, United Minority Contractors of North Carolina, is their primary work is on the investment of the bond in the projects. And that's where they're getting their information, the data that's been reported to you, because that's the data. But let me go back and check that.
Okay. And then just to follow up, I think to Councilmember Cook's question, brings a question up for me around in this next iteration, if there is a focus on, communications in the next bond, at what point would you determine, because that would be in like November, you'd be within the budget year. How would you determine that you needed to add staff for that as opposed to continuing? Because $6,000 a month is quite a reasonable amount, but $6,000 a month for the next 5 years seems like overkill. So at what point would you determine that you needed additional staff on?
So I would just like to point out that we've done bonds before the $95 million housing bond. And certainly if these bonds are approved, we would, we've done them, we'll be doing them after. And we always try to look at the actual need and the expertise that we have in-house for how long we might need those services when we are determining whether or not we're going to hire, FTEs in the city, or if we're going to contract this to make or buy, we're going to contract it out. I will tell you today, sitting here, a decision has not been made about how we're going to communicate and market the results of the bond projects and those kinds of things. But, most likely, we would just have, that decision would just have to be made based upon what is needed.
And I'll just share, because it's not, I understand that bonds have been here long before I was here. What I'm concerned about is that I don't want to be in the same position where you use contractors to lower your rate. And so if we're having the conversation around livable wages, I don't want to see contracts just floating around to kind of get the rate lower. I don't know what the person is paid. I don't know there's a person behind that contract, and I want to make sure that those rates are actually competitive in a way that actually represents what we've been talking about as far as having city employees paid a livable wage. The same thing would for me, and I'm just one council member, would make sense to make sure that we're tracking for our contractors as well. And so just making sure that we're not cutting our costs by hiring contractors as a way out is where I was going. Thank you.
I think that's morally a really good, focus and goal. I want to be careful, at least from my purview, that we're not, that we're on strong arming operations. We set policy and we rely on you and your staff to make the best decisions because considering, I think this year is a really good example, considering that, all this stuff does have to be paid for, so I'm gonna trust that, as we push all of these things through, that, the manager makes the best economical decisions as well. I think it's really, it's good that you're projecting that we are, setting a culture with the competitive rates. But at the same time, I think, sometimes staff have to work magic. We're proposing a 3.85 cents tax increase and the county is proposing a 4.5 cent tax increase. So those little areas where y'all can make up, I'm going to trust you in that.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I don't want it to seem like it's a matter of trust. I do want to be very clear that when we talk about minority and women-owned businesses, that often they are, and it's not by intention, but often they are not paid at the same rate as others. And I want to be very mindful that we don't take our eyes off of that. So I don't want to leave it to just the city manager. I think all of us as a council should be paying attention. And so making sure that there's a way to track that is probably the best way to go forward. And I appreciate Councilmember Risk's question about, the nonprofits that we're working with, but it's also cool. It's probably a good idea to make sure that we're looking at the contractors as well. So I know that earlier in the year, we discussed, picking winners and losers in that. Sometimes we pick the same winner repeatedly and we don't adjust based on their skill set when they know who we are and what we do very well. And so I just want to make sure we're not losing that, especially because it's a women-owned business that has been in this community for a long time. Thank you.
So I am listening to this conversation, but I did want to bring the finance department, the finance directors here. The city does have values, and those values require our contractors that we hire that do the same or similar work that we do in-house when they're hiring their employees, that they are paid minimum livable wage as we pay our own employees minimum livable wage. Hopefully when we negotiate contracts with people, they can pay more than that. But I did want to go on record that there are certain contracts that are identified that we contract when we make the decision to contract those services out. We evaluate whether or not that is something we would do inside, and when we determine that it is something we would do inside as we negotiate those agreements, those contractors generally would agree that if they hire employees, this is different from contractors, but if they hire employees, that those employees are paid at the city's minimum livable wage.
Councilmember Risk.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question to Ms. Hernandez, who's here representing the city attorney's office. Could you confirm, my understanding is we've been preempted at the city level of requiring contractors to pay a living wage. Isn't that correct?
Yes, correct, that it is a preemption, but it is a language in our contract that we hope will require or will motivate voluntary compliance. And it is something that staff does consider in their review.
And what does that language say to encourage that voluntary compliance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so you said there's the language that encourages voluntary compliance with our living wage standards. So what does that language say?
We have a provision within the contract, which I'm happy to provide to council, that says, it's the city's expectation that contractors will pay the city of Durham livable wage as identified in chapter, I believe, 18 - something or other. So I'm happy to provide that language. I'm sorry, I don't have it fully at recall. Thank you, though.
Thank you. You have a comment? question. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I actually just want to follow up on Councilman Brisk because I was going to ask the same clarifying question. I did a deep dive on that statute at some point in time, and particularly for services over a certain amount, I thought that we were actually required to take the lowest bid, and we were not able to look at those other indicators. Is that true? It's just for goods?
So the lowest responsive bidder, would be our construction and repair contracts. It would be our purchase contracts, those kinds of things. And the values that we have and what our expectations are about our vendors, that goes out when we are actually requesting services. So when those folks are presenting to us, they're presenting to us based upon the values that we have as an organization, that they're built into any proposals or bids that they're giving to us. But you are correct. Once those bids come in, we're required to select in certain procurements the lowest responsive bidder.
Thanks. I think that's where I was sort of going with it. We have a value statement, but I don't know how far out there we can actually control. But thanks for those clarifying questions. Yeah, Councilmember Cook, 19.
Great. Well, this actually was a lot of the conversation that I wanted to have around both of these items, but this was a really quick one on 19. So this is technical assistance, and I know you and I have talked a great deal about how complicated sometimes it can be to fit within multiple federal restrictions, and that we don't always have the expertise. It makes sense to then get a recommendation to have an outside contractor help us with that expertise that we just do not have in-house. But my question was more around timing. It said in the memo that HUD actually had advised that we get this assistance. Did we know that ahead of time? And was that part of the budgetary thought when we were planning this? Or was this like HUD sort of came back later and said, by the way, we should get some help?
No, so just to be clear, the item that is before you is basically a contract extension. They were already doing work with us before related to Commerce Street, when we basically elected to share that we were making an investment of $8 million. Of course, we shared our thoughts and home funds were on Commerce Street. We, of course, with our partners at HUD, which they are, we let them know, and after some discussions and interviews, they said that we advise you, because of the level of investment, the complexity, because this was that Commerce Street was a red deal, became a choice neighborhoods, also had home funds in it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are different sets of rules.
Mm-hmm.
And the concern was from the HUD Greensboro field office is that with the complexity of that we might run the risk of being not in compliance in some part, because some small part can have a big result.
Right.
And we didn't want to be, and they didn't want us to be in a position of having any and all of the money recaptured.
Right, that totally makes sense to me. But is this something that we will need to continue extending as we're these projects are moving down the line?
No, I don't think so. Not, at least not in this, for Commerce Street and for these home funds, this is the extent. Actually, we've gotten to a close, and one of the reasons we needed to extend is because the deal took longer to mature than what was initially planned.
I see.
And then they have some changes that occurred that actually lengthened the time and provided more complexity. One of the things that I would also share is that we required by the home funding to underwrite the project.
Mm.
Okay, that's an example where having the expertise of a firm that does that is help us not only underwrite it, but to make sure we have our guidelines in place. Because what HUD does, they don't come to see that you spent the money in the right place. They also come to see what documents and policies you had in place at the time the manager signed.
I see. Are there other projects coming down the line where we will need to consult?
There could be.
Okay.
There could be. It
Specifically
wouldn't
within
be
the
part of
program.
this arrangement. It would be part of another arrangement.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I understand it's by project, but still within Forever Home Durham, we might be looking at.
Yes, absolutely. But one of the things I would just share with you, sometimes HUD does provide the technical assistance.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so we had actually done business with Seepage before, but it was actually paid for by HUD because they recognize the complexities that be involved. And even in the homeless arena, we actually have 2 other consultants that HUD pays for to help us.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it does feel like if we're getting, obviously, like they're going to be giving those grants to municipalities and local governments who are all not going to have experts in these exact, the way that all of these things layer onto each other, but seems like they should give us the technical assistance, but I understand that doesn't always happen that way.
And they do, and part of it comes from the Greensboro field office. So this is part of the natural relationship, but sometimes we have things at the extreme. This is one of those. Just because the risk that the city has by putting this level of investment in terms of $8 million in one project that itself has complexities to it. That doesn't happen often.
I see. Those are all my questions for.
Thank you. We'll keep right on going.
All right, great. So this is number 20. This is also a quick question. So coordinated entry is housed at DSS, which is a county operation. Can you just help me understand where Volunteers of America fit into coordinated entry? Oh,
I'm going to ask Colin Davis to respond to your question.
Thank you. Colin Davis, Manager of the Homeless System Community Development Department. What was your question, Councilmember Cook?
I was just asking about where Volunteers of America fit in. So we've got coordinated entry is housed in DSS, which is Durham or a county organization. And I'm just wondering how this, I know that we have, that we do homelessness services and that we have funding to do homelessness services. I'm just wondering how specifically Volunteers of America fits into the DSS and coordinated entry system.
Sure, great question. So coordinated entry serves as our entry point for anybody experiencing homelessness or homeless crisis in Durham. They start there. When coordinated entry started in 2018-19, Durham County's Department of Social Services was already doing sort of a screening and an intake system for adults in their adult services. So it was a natural fit for them to sort of be able to do some because they were already doing a piece of it, but there wasn't enough capacity in Durham County. So Volunteers of America, through an RFP process, was brought on board. So our coordinated entry process and program is actually a joint venture between a few staff of Durham County Social Services in their program, and Volunteers of America has staff as well. And the county was kind enough to donate the space to Volunteers of America to work out of that space. So you would have a collaborative group of people working in the same office together to share information, share referrals, and communicate easily. So that's why Volunteers of America is there, as there wasn't, the coordinated entry piece falls outside of the state required social services mandates. That Department of Social Services have a lot of mandates that come from the state. This is not one of them. This is kind of like we do it because we're nice, but they're not compensated for it.
I see. So the county contributes some folks and also the space, and then we are responsible for the full contract with Volunteers of America.
Correct. We pay the salaries of Volunteers of America's staff who staff the phone lines and are on site at Department of Social Services on Main Street. So people who can walk in are able to see people in person.
Do you have an idea of how many folks are from the county as opposed to how many folks are coming through Volunteers of America?
If I remember I'd have to go back and
person.
double check,
Mhm.
but the county, it might be 2.
Okay,
So it's not, and.
it's not substantial.
It's not,
like
it's not,
half.
no.
They're
no,
not,
no,
okay.
No.
We're
The
Volunteers of America is doing
is
the
the
majority of the
bulk
work.
it. Yes, and they're the ones who are responsible for training, coordinating. So when we have meetings with our coordinating entry partners, both Volunteers of America, supervisor, and the DSS person are part of those discussions and meetings to make sure we have solid coordination.
Great, thank you. Let's go.
All right. Oh, I didn't see those. Well, you have 22. Was that a presentation? Oh, it's a board item here. All right. Yeah, next I have item number 22. Ted.
Community development. Number 22 is department.
Someone else in person.
No, I mean the department is one. I did not know this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is the person?
Is that Ted Hebron? Or Hilburn? Director Johnson, could you also ask Colin to step back in?
No.
Oh, okay. So there was an item pulled, number 22. It wasn't announced earlier. So sorry about that. However, the person that signed up, is there Ted Hilburn?
That's the person who's one of the developers from Kelly Development. So
Oh, okay, so it's a resource.
Yeah, it's a resource person.
Okay, well, while you're up here, Colin, could you step to the mic? I'm gonna take a moment in the midst of the agenda because I know you guys have to leave. I was a little late today because I had a lot of things going on, but one of those things was North Carolina received $2.5 million today to focus on youth homelessness. And this grant was received through Central Pines. And I was able to represent the city in receiving 1.660 million of that for just the Triangle region. And Colin, could you just share a few remarks on it? This is really impactful. The Deputy Director of HUD, she and I spent some time in Atlanta, so we're going to work together. And her field office, Dr. Claxton, we've been really building some great relationships together. And just having those relationships, and they send you that text, say, "Hey, this is available. Make sure you guys apply." That those relationships really pay off. So could you just briefly, while we're talking about this item anyway, the initial one, 20, but go ahead.
Sure. Colin Davis, Community Development Department Manager of the Homeless System. So thank you, Mayor Williams. This was a grant application that came out late 2023. Lloyd Schmeidler, who has retired from our team, and I talked about it. And our data that we find in our point in time is really not showing huge numbers of 18 to 24-year-olds experiencing unsheltered homelessness. In 2024, I believe there were 12. So, but we keep hearing from the universities, we've got 18 to 24-year-olds that are precariously housed and experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We need to do something. What do we do? How do we do this? So we reached out to Wake County and Orange County, who we communicate with on a regular basis. And when this grant application came out, we were looking at it, and the application said, bonus points if you do statewide or region-wide. I'm like, well, our best chance of doing this is let's partner. And at the time we had to do it, the homeless team had no time and capacity to write another application for a regional thing. So we approached Central Pines, and they were already looking at it, which was great. So Central Pines took the lead on it and submitted an application that it'll be Durham, Wake, Orange, and Chatham County will be funded with $1.6 million. None of that money will come to the city. That money is going to the nonprofit entities who will be working with that youth homeless, those 18 to 24-year-olds. We're working with Laura and the Office on Youth to bring folks in, and we'll develop youth advisory councils of people with lived experience to hear what are the challenges, why is this sort of our most invisible homeless population? Or one of the most invisible. There's a number that are harder to find than others, and help us to develop resources and options that may be able to help us find solutions for that 18 to 24-year-olds to exit homelessness.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this was some time in the making, and it's just great to see it come to fruition. Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Sorry, now I have questions. Sorry. First, congratulations. Thank you so much. This is great. It's a great example of the work that Central Pines does and why it's a critical partner in our ecosystem. I'm assuming y'all are talking to our schools to DPS. While we don't have a ton of 18-year-olds in DPS, there are several folks who are. And then also speaking with our joint city-county immigrant refugee coordinator position, because we also know that that's a hard population to reach, immigrant youth who are on the streets. We also know our queer kids are often also on the streets. So I know LGBTQ Center and Equality NC. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And yeah, this is how we can really invest in giving voice to our youth and our young people. So it was great. And Durham was well represented in the room today, well represented. Even saw Councilmember Freeman's face on the wall on a picture.
Thank you. As a former chair, I appreciate you highlighting anything that Central Pines does. It's been a long, hard push to make sure that it was coordinated across the region and making sure that it wasn't just Durham. You know, I think Chatham and Orange were really easy, and Wake is a little bit different. So I'm glad that it's all coming together. Thank you. Eventually, we'll get to Johnston and the rest of those in the area too.
Yeah, so thank you, Colin. This region received the lion's share. The other 980. What was it? 980,000.
950, 980.
Yeah, it was for 20 counties out west, and but this is it's a good start. And they did announce another notice of funding today. I can't remember what it was, but let's just make sure we're ready to apply.
Youth Homeless Demonstration Project.
Yes, there it is.
72 million across the country.
Yep. So let's get this money. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Thank you.
All right, back on the agenda. Okay, sounds good. Number 28. Wait, are these pool 34?
Madam Manager?
Yeah. Councilmember Cook? Yeah, so item 34, Councilmember Cook.
So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Manager Page, Melissa Bishop, Deputy Chief over Administrative Services.
All right. I'm actually glad you're here because I had this question when you presented last time and then I got sidetracked. But I am curious about the use of polygraphs. I know you mentioned it before, and I know that y'all use it as a tool for hiring largely. And this is my background as an attorney and just learning it through law school, that largely we don't use polygraphs in terms of like as evidence in lawsuits and those sort of things, that there's ways to get around them, or people who are experiencing traumatic events then also just trigger the signs anyway. And so there's like an inability to tell what is truth and what is not. I imagine it's different in terms of hiring, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to our use of polygraph, why we do it, and whether or not that's something that's consistent across other departments, or if that's a Durham City specific.
Okay, so we use them as part of basically it's a checks and balance for our hiring system. It's not a catch-all, so we don't just rely solely on the background. Doing a personal history form is one of the state requirements. We add in the background, and then the polygraph will submit a report where it shows signs of possible lying, and so it would be, we would look at it as a totality. We don't use it as if they fail this, then they're automatically disqualified or not. And other agencies, I don't know exactly how many off the top of my head that do use them, but one of the larger ones, they do use them as part of their background process.
Other, like a larger
Like
department?
Raleigh does use it. I know Greensboro, I believe they use it. Charlotte Mecklenburg, they use it, but I could get you a full list of who uses it, but I don't,
Okay,
I don't
just
know
was
the list.
kind
off
of
the top
curious.
my
I mean, of course, as soon as I heard you say it last time and then I read it again on the agenda and went on a deep dive because I just only had learned about it in that law school context and had always heard that they were like not trustworthy. In my deep dive, that is not what I found. I found that no one has any idea whether they're trustworthy or not. It seems like some proponents are like, they're great, and other people were like, they're not. And so I'm glad to hear that we're not using them as any sort of decision making. But that was my only question, just out of curiosity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you all. Item 36.
Hi, I'm not sure your mic is on, just for your moving forward. There we go.
Okay.
So this is an item on remedial measures. This is something that we're doing so that we don't have major issues down the line. We have some minor signs of things that might lead to major issues down the line. And so we're doing some minor fixing or planning to do some bigger fixing in the future. So my questions are all around giving us a sense of these repairs, like what's needed, what we're doing now, what that might avoid in the future, sort of just give us a little summary.
Sure, I'd be happy to. We've noticed issues in and around the seepage and around the dam, especially the east side wing wall for the last several years. With the earthen dams, we have natural seepage through the clay that's in the core of the dam. The natural migration of the water and the water pressure, if it's going really slow through that, that's normal. What you don't want to have is water actually going through the clay at a faster rate, because if it's going through a faster rate, it's starting to bring material with it. So we've noticed issues in and around the drainage on the east wing wall. We've done substantial research with this project to find that there was a substantial flaw during the construction that has led to us determining that we do need to make some serious investment in the wing wall. So we will be lowering the lake so we can excavate down almost to the core of the dam to do these repairs and replace the wing wall on the east side. Currently, we're in good shape now. What we want to do with this project, we've done some intermediate remediation to slow the process, but with the research that we've done to determine that there was a flaw during construction, that we need to remedy that flaw. So the remedy is going to be roughly between $40 and $50 million. We want to go ahead and complete the design that we need to do that remedy as soon as possible. So if the dam continues to degrade, we can go ahead and make those repairs rapidly. If we don't see that degradation, then we'd like to do that after the Jordan Lake project comes online. So we have another water source.
Yep.
So we don't have to buy a lot of water from our neighbors, because we'd have to drain Little River.
Yeah, that actually was my next question, which is that I saw that there was a plan for when that facility went online, but it doesn't go online until 2031. And so I was wondering about the timing of those fixes, but it sounds like we're going to keep our fingers crossed.
Right, we're going to have the design ready, which is what this amendment will provide us for. Do some intermediate remediation between now and then, and continue to inspect it very closely on a quarterly and annually basis to make sure that we're not seeing accelerated degradation in the dam. And if we start to see those signs, then we'll immediately advertise construction and start the work.
Okay, thank you. Those were all my questions.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Burris.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Greeley, thanks for those comments. I just want to say thank you again for the trip we did about a month ago. So the east side wing wall at Little River Dam is a thing. I think you showed me that, right? So,
yes.
So appreciate you and your staff being on top of this, and encourage other members, including the newer members on council, to seek out Mr. Greeley and his staff to do a water tour. It's quite fascinating and quite instructive about the level of engineering and the level of yeah, the level of water science that you guys are involved in every day. So it's quite astounding. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, I'll be coming to you for waivers soon. I'm long overdue. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
We are now going back up to item number 28. Welcome.
Good afternoon, John Potchess-Wiles, General Services Department. This item today has two parts to it. There's an amendment to the design contract with our civil engineers, McAdams, and that is for the completion of the base trail design, as well as the design of the recommended enhancements for the trail. And then the second part of this item is a presentation that McAdams is going to be giving. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to McAdams now for the presentation, and then staff is here for questions afterwards. Okay, so this is Iona Thomas with McAdams.
Thank you, John. My name is Iona Thomas. I am a proud and longtime Durham resident, and I work for the design firm McAdams. Can I do the clicker? All right. So we're going to start out not in Durham, but by talking about what our sister cities and communities around the country are doing with similar spaces to the rail trail. So you might recognize this. This is the High Line in New York City. This was one of the first projects that reached into its own community and reclaimed infrastructure that had divided that community, that was not contributing to the community anymore, reclaimed it and turned it into something vital and a really iconic part of the future of New York City. And this is happening all around the country. This is the Schuylkill River Trail in Philadelphia. This was a very heavily industrialized waterfront that has been turned into the Schuylkill River Trail, which is one of the top destinations for downtown Philadelphia, and has also become a really vibrant part of the nightlife, daytime activities if you live or work in downtown Philadelphia. This is an exciting park. This is the Clyde Warren Park in Dallas.
Which is beautiful. I just got back from there. It is really nice. I went 2 weeks ago.
It's awesome. So this project is actually a capped freeway project. There was a sunken freeway that went through this part, and they reclaimed 5 blocks of the city and turned it into this. What's happening? Okay, sorry. So the Clyde Warren Park is a heavily programmed park. It also connects to the linear trails on either end of it. And so at any moment, and the mayor may be able to tell us more about this, but you can find food trucks, different art activities, community events all through this park. This is the Tennessee River Walk in Chattanooga. A lot of our communities are divided by infrastructure, but some of them are divided by natural elements. The Downtown Riverwalk creates a safe way for people to make it across the river and really connects to vibrant parts of Chattanooga. Folks don't have to go onto roads with vehicles to be able to make this connection now. This is the Underline in Miami. This is underneath the Metro rail line. And so again, claiming this space for biking and walking and programming and economic development and attracting people who want to live in these communities and also visit these communities by investing in these spaces that have tremendous potential, but might not look like it at first glance. This is the Beltline in Atlanta, which I'm sure many of us have heard about. This project also was one of in the forefront of how reclaiming rail projects and turning them into bike ped corridors can transform. I picked this picture because this is Fourth Ward Park, which the Beltline goes through, but this is also a stormwater facility, and it is a piece of Atlanta's resiliency strategy. And so these projects can help us advance our environmental vision, our equity vision, our vision zero vision. Can I say vision zero vision around safety? And then when it comes to public art, our neighbor in Greensboro, the downtown Greenway in Greensboro, if you all haven't visited this project, I urge you to. This project has one of the most high quality public art installations around the entire loop in the country. And they really are leading on public art along linear parks and greenways. This is the rail trail as it goes through the Uptown Park in Charlotte. Charlotte's Rail Trail project is now a massive commuter facility helping people get into Uptown Charlotte. And so that's another thing that we need to be thinking about. This rail trail project connects with transit. And so making sure that people have ways outside of a vehicle to get to destinations for work, for recreation, and for leisure in our communities without having to share that space with a vehicle. And so this is our project. And our question is, what will we do with this opportunity? This is what our corridor looks like. And many of you were on a trip to Indianapolis where we visited the Monon Trail and wanted to do a little glimpse of a larger case study that we've done. This is the Monon Trail before the project was built in 2018. So you can see this looks a lot like our American Tobacco Trail south of the ballpark. And so this is what it looks like before. Keep an eye on that water tower and the cell tower, because this is what it looks like now. There was a $20 million investment made in 2018. And this was not a transportation project. This was an economic development project. The goals of this project was to transform Carmel, Indiana into a destination for employers, for retail, for residents. And they did that by making this incredibly rich biking and walking corridor. So this is what it looks like. Some of the things that are very inspiring about this project that you'll see in some of the ideas we bring forth today for our project, separating the biking and walking zones, and then blurring the lines between the corridor, the transportation corridor, and the adjacent retail, the adjacent residential opportunities. So it becomes a very vibrant, and there are no real hard boundaries between those opportunities. So this is our corridor on the left. And we have, what we've done here is taken the exact corridor that we have in Monon and snugged up those buildings to show you what our level of space looks like. So our corridor ranges between 150 feet wide, but we can take the core of this project and it fits really well inside our corridor. So tremendous opportunity to be inspired. So with that, we have a video. Yeah, I need that though. And we're gonna hit start down here. Oh. Come on, we practiced this. Any ideas? My apologies. We were in here on Monday practicing.
Well, I'm glad to see somebody so far that you went on the inner city visit to Carmel as well, where their city hall looks like a Buckingham Palace.
Yes, yes.
All roundabouts.
Yes, and I've also visited at least 4 of those.
Underlined, highlighted, yeah.
And it's exciting.
All right. So I'm going to just narrate over this and pause it at certain times. Turn the volume. Oh, on. Yeah, if you can do that. There's too much tinkly music. Okay, thanks. All right, so before we go too far, from this view, on the bottom of your screen there, you see the transit station. This entire project and our vision for this project is really about maximizing all of the investments that the city is making along this corridor. So we have very thoughtfully tried to integrate into everywhere we come up to the edge of a project that the city is investing in, to be very thoughtful about that. So you know that the transit station, we received a $16 million federal grant to upgrade this facility. Very exciting. Many of you also have probably experienced, if you're at this facility, there's no real clear way to connect to downtown or to the Amtrak station. And we looked at some pretty outrageous and expensive ways to make this connection. And as you know, dealing with the railroad is very, very challenging. So what we are proposing is an on-street connection, but you'll see what we're doing on this parcel, which is a city-owned parcel, is creating a visual connection. So for the first time, you'll be able to leave the transit station and look across and see where downtown is, see where the Amtrak station is. So this is a really important part of connecting downtown. And so this bridge tower here, you will be able to see this from the transit station, and it really will be a visual anchor for how you will make your way to safely make it either to continue your trip along the rail trail to a downtown destination or over to the Amtrak station. So what we've envisioned here, there's a lot of topography change on this parcel. So there are two distinct zones. There's an upper plaza here, which is a flexible plaza. It has a performance space with some facing kind of terraced seating. We tie that in with a bridge across the rail trail facility itself to a micro retail location here. So this could be coffee or other micro retail. As you all know, there's tremendous amount of residential development coming into this part of downtown Durham. So this, a micro retail spot like this could really be a great way to activate the space. So this is what that looks like coming across that bridge, the micro retail. And then as we go, follow the trail underneath that. And now we're making our way onto the block with the Durham History Museum. And our approach here, there's some unknowns with the History Museum. So what we've tried to do is to limit, not color outside of the lines of the rail trail or the rail corridor, but make this be a very porous and flexible boundary for whatever comes here. So preserving the opportunity for the museum or development or whatever happens next with this parcel. So you can see some of the design ideas here are to mimic that kind of rail station feel. And then we also have a little plaza here. And you'll see in your board packet and in the cost estimating information that I share with you in this presentation, we have what's called the base trail, which is what the RAISE grant will fund the construction of. So that base trail includes the trail, the divided trail with the biking and the pedestrian zone, the safe crossings, the lighting, but then we have an amenity package that would include improvements like this plaza here, some additional lighting, and then some pieces at the Ellerby Watershed Project. As we're moving through here, you get a glimpse of what the lighting looks like. This lighting shows both the base trail lighting and the enhanced amenity lighting, where we're getting more lighting on the actual surface of the trail. As we move on, you'll see we're coming up to Corporation and the Measurement Inc. building, and we've preserved places along the trail for future development. So this is a pocket that's not included in the base trail or anything that you're making a decision about today, But I want you to just take in that the base trail alignment leaves the opportunity for this and other moments on the trail. These projects have a long life in many phases. And so we wanted to be very thoughtful about how we use the right-of-way and the corridor so that we didn't cut off future opportunities in these special places. There's a closer look at one of our crosswalks. One of the things that we heard very clearly from our public engagement is that safety is a very, very high priority. This is a really special part of the trail, and this is included in the base trail. You can see the trail widens out, the corridor widens out, and the topo is working with us. And so we're able to really spread out and create some green stormwater infrastructure moments. Use more natural plantings. That's also something people wanted to see. This is the trestle bridge over Trinity, which has been deemed to be a historic structure. So we're working with SHPO to select design elements for the rehabilitation of this project that reflects the historic nature of the structure. And as we move, this is the LRB project here. The community, we did a lot of work with the community around how we would access this project. And so what we heard was that there was a desire to have stairs, a quick way to access both on the close to Trinity, but then also from these neighborhoods, they wanted a stair access that complements the ADA access ramp. So in your enhanced package that you have, and we'll talk about this additional ramp, this additional set of stairs is included in that enhanced. Again, this project is really designed to complement seamlessly with the watershed project here. So these two Durham investments really will feel like one well thought out, consistent experience when you're there. Now we're moving more into the neighborhood section of the trail, and this is where our topography starts working against us. It's no longer as flat, and it gets a little more narrow. So you'll see that the alignment comes together. We still have the separation of the biking and the walking, but we don't have it separated by planting. And in this area, we're really concentrating on making the connections that the community wanted to the trail. And so we did a lot of work with the community on where they wanted to connect to the trail, and those are reflected in this design. And as we approach Avondale, we did take a look at what the Avondale, this parcel and the turn lane and pork chop would look like. If a community park were envisioned there, there is enough room to accomplish that. And then we're also on the safety vision zero side doing something important at Avondale. If you know the Avondale Bridge, there are not adequate sidewalks to make that crossing. It's a very hazardous if you're biking or walking to cross Avondale. So this project includes a pedestrian bridge that really provides safe, separated crossing on Avondale, whether you're using the trail or you're making your way to one of the neighborhoods or down to Beauty World or wherever you're going, you now don't have to cross that Avondale Bridge. And so that is a look at the project. And this is where it always gets hung up when we're not able to move to the next slide. Hopefully it'll work.
Question real quick.
Yep.
The Roxborough crossing, was that a bridge or was it street level?
Roxborough is at grade. And
At grade.
yeah, well, it's at grade, and we've been working really closely with Durham Transportation Department. The feasibility study that recommended the two-way of Roxborough and Mangum, our crossing designs that we're recommending work with that. It will be a signalized crossing. It will either be a hawk signal or a fully signalized, what we call a red ball signal there. And the two-waying of those roads actually helps us because that decreases the speed. Just naturally, a two-way road is slower in town than a one-way road. So we have some things that are working really to complement each other for making those crossings as safe as possible. We did look at grades separating them.
Yeah.
And it was prohibitively expensive because it is very flat there. So there's really no way to go above it or under it without having to start your ramps way, way, way back far, because we have to be 17.5 feet above the road. And then if we went below it, there was no way to keep the water out of it. But we did look at it. We wanted it.
Yeah, that was only certain part.
But Transportation Department has been a very strong partner throughout the life of this project. So I talked about the base trail, and hopefully that video gave you a sense of what's included in the base trail. It is the separated biking and walking zone. The bike zone will be asphalt. The pedestrian zone will be concrete to help delineate those spaces. All of our safe road crossings, so high visibility and where necessary and appropriate signalized crossings. The upgrade to the Trinity Trestle Bridge and the new bridge at Avondale. Our basic lighting, which in this picture is the blue overhead lighting, basic furnishings, trash receptacles, benches, those types of things, stormwater infrastructure, and wayfinding. This comes in at $16.3 million with a $12 million construction budget, which is within the existing construction budget with the $9 million raise grant. Oh, I've got it. Now, the enhancement package is, if you will, layered on top of the base trail. So these are special seating areas and furnishings. So this is bringing up the level of the furnishings and the material selection on the project. Enhanced native planting areas. So the base trail includes very basic plantings. Reuse of rail material and other artifacts to be able to see where this project came from. The stair connections at Ellerby Watershed and the additional lighting. So that is $2.5 million in addition to the base trail. And then in the Gateway Park project, the status of this parcel, this is a Durham-owned parcel. The lease had been with NCDOT for additional parking for Amtrak. That lease expired about 18 months ago, I believe. And the cities had talks with NCDOT since then. And there is adequate parking. There are about 40 spaces there, and we've been assured that there's adequate parking to serve those needs without this parcel. So the estimate for this all in is $8.2 million to accomplish what you see here. This is a look at what is in the base trail and what is in the Gateway Park. So on your left, you'll see what's in the base trail, which is leaving the gravel parking lot, and then we create a shared use path that wraps around that parcel, and then you start your way across at the high-vis crosswalk there to the museum parcel. So this is what the entire project looks like all put together, $36.4 million with the base trail, the enhancement package, and the Gateway Park. And then just that information up in the top is the past expenditure. The bulk of that was in the acquisition of the corridor itself. A little bit on project history. The project actually began well before 2018. It took a very long time to acquire the corridor. In 2018, the master plan was adopted, and it identified a $34 million project for all of the elements that were in the master plan. In 2019, the Equitable Engagement Blueprint was adopted by the city of Durham, and then Durham began the funding pursuit, which McAdams, we're very pleased to have partnered and to help when the RAISE grant, which was awarded in 2021, McAdams was selected to do the design in 2021. And one of the first things that we did was we took the equitable engagement blueprint and applied it to this project. So we have gone through engagement basically twice on this project. Some of the things that we heard through that is that there is a lot of excitement about this project and about having, investments made in East Durham, the ability to get into downtown, for jobs and recreation, all of those things that our sister and brother cities around the city or around the country are doing. People are really excited about that opportunity. People want moments along the trail to rest and recreate. One of the funny things we heard is that people really enjoy people watching, just chilling and hanging out. So we've tried to create those moments. We've also heard that water is really important, and that could be water features like a splash pad or something else like that. But it also could be stormwater features where water is growing things, and the safety of crosswalks is very, very important. We heard that loud and clear and have taken that very seriously throughout the life of the project. I know I'm forgetting a lot, but you do have the public engagement compendium attached to your work session package. So I'd encourage you, if you're curious about some of the specifics. We did work with 2 community-based partners when we reapplied the blueprint this second time, and they did an amazing job connecting with the community. So we submitted the 25% plans for the base trail, and those were approved by NCDOT in the winter of 2023. Summer of 2023, we worked really hard to envision what the potential could be. So that video that you just saw, we were asked to really, we've got 25% approval on the base trail. The base trail is asphalt and concrete and nothing else. What could it be? And so we worked on that what could it be part. And so that brings us up to the approval of the base concept, the CIP planning process that you all have been through, and then today, the 65 to 100% design supplement approval. Now, that's a little misleading because our first contract was up to 65%. So it was always intended that we would come back for a supplement because we wanted to make sure, we knew we didn't know everything we needed to know. And so we were going to come back at 65%. But some of this is not at 65% at this point because it's new stuff that's been added. So there's some stuff in the supplement that is 0 to 100%. And so that is the presentation. I think on the rest of this, on the yellow part of the schedule, we do have on the RAISE grant, we have to have our Federal Transit Administration agreement in place by October of 2024. We are on track for that. We have SHPO is being a little slow in their comments and requirements for the Trinity Bridge. That's the last piece of the puzzle to be able to ink the deal with FTA. We will be advancing the design and the actual city permitting. We expect final design to be done in the summer of 2025, bidding in early of 2026, council action to approve a contract with a contractor, and then construction would begin in spring of 2026, trail opening fall of 2027. And I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Now, you said this is going to be done by next year and we'll be able to enjoy the amenities of what we saw in that video?
Done next year and it's all free.
Gotcha. Man, this is, I sort of wish you had not shown the video because it's like the anticipation. Colleagues, any comments? Councilmember Cook?
Just one question on this last slide. So I'm looking at, it says, is the bidding early 2026? Is that correct? Or is that meant to be bidding early 2025?
No. Yes.
Are we bidding
Yes.
and we expect construction to start in the same quarter?
Yeah, so the bidding will be 2026 and then spring, so the bid would be open for probably 45 days, select the contractor, negotiate the contract, and then in spring, begin that construction. So bring it for council approval, end of first quarter 2026.
Oh, just seems like a really, really fast turnaround. But
Or bidding
bidding and
the
then
contract.
construction within 3 months. But I mean, yeah, just even to break ground, to like have the bid come out that year and then have construction starting within
It's
3
pretty
months sounds
normal.
really fast. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Love
Love it.
that's pretty
Okay.
normal. So the way the process usually goes is we have the bids advertised for a certain number of days, 30 or 45 days, depending on the complexity of the project. We'll have a pre-bid meeting with the contractors. They'll submit their bids, we'll open the bids, and then hopefully there will be a qualified low bidder. And then we negotiate the contract and bring that to council for approval. And then at that point, all of the permits are in place and the contractor is ready to go.
Member Baker.
Yeah, that was an amazing rendering. The fly through and all the people moving. And I will just say, humans are visual creatures, and I do think it is really important that when we have consultants that we do get renderings of that quality that helps us imagine a future that is different from the present. I love the proposal, the kiosk in the park, the examples that you showed, I thought were really compelling as well, Carmel, and sort of taking this opportunity to the economic development element of trails, transforming areas, not just in the right of way that is owned, publicly owned, but transforming the area and the edges of that right of way. And we're about to get the quick update on the UDO, and I think these two pieces go together very well because the edges of the trail are also going to be very important. The rendering showed sort of these white buildings on the edges, just because, to direct the eye to the actual project that you all have been working on. We also need to think about what those edges will end up looking like. We need to make sure they're not just blank walls, and we're not just allowing construction of blank walls, and that we are creating a complete, cohesive, comprehensive built environment where people can see in and see out of the edges and of those buildings, and can walk in and walk out of those edges and of those buildings. So I think that's going to be on us to make sure that we do that. I was going to ask, in your experience and maybe from looking at some of these examples, obviously making a transformative public investment of this size is a great thing for our entire city. The areas directly adjacent to this massive investment probably going to experience some rising property values. So another thing I think that we need to think about is the fact that the property values in these areas are going to skyrocket, right? Everyone's going to want to live and work adjacent to the trail. Did you see in any of those examples value capture and being able to capture some of the increase in value, whether that's taxing and refinancing or a municipal service district, or whatever that might look like in our context. And two, in those growing land values, did you see examples where new developments and developers were helping to pay for and offset some of the costs toward the construction that led to their property increasing in value?
So lots of questions in there. I'm going to try to take them in reverse order. So in terms of the development community, and we did workshops with the development community on this project. They're very excited about this project. What we've seen is not so much them having skin in the game for construction, but having skin in the game for the maintenance and operation. And so that's something that we need to continue to work hard to make sure that we understand and have agreements in place and strategies for how we will operate and maintain to get the most out of this. So that's what we've seen on the investment side. Now, yes, property values very likely will increase along this corridor. And I'm going to step a little out of my lane here, but you know, the folks that we've talked to want nice things in their community. It's not like we can't not invest in places because of this issue. What we've seen in other communities that have successfully done stay in place policies, and I stress the word policy and programs here because this is not a design. We can't design around this. So Palm Beach, I think Palm Beach, is Palm Beach the one that's in Florida? Okay, sorry. So Palm Beach did a stay in place program that was very effective at identifying people who were renters and transitioning them into home ownership and wrapped programs and services around that. So I think in a situation like this, those are the kinds of tools that it will take to avoid what you're describing. These projects, however, we have to be realistic. These projects have been on the books for a long time. Speculation has already happened on this corridor. Buyout has already happened on this corridor. So we can't kid ourselves about the reality of what's out there. But I think we can get very engaged in the policies and programs, and then also really build and serve something great for these folks in this part of town. They deserve it. I'm not sure that got all your questions.
No. I mean, it's a complex topic, so I appreciate that. I think it's just something that we, as this highly anticipated and very exciting project moves forward, that we as a council and we as a city remain cognizant and take intentional effort to make sure that we are capturing some of the value to and directing it towards the public to the extent that we can.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Overlay districts. So there are different strategies with overlay districts for something like this where you could capture for the maintenance and operations. So we did run into models that were overlay districts. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. Yeah, and the presentation after you is about the UDO. So I think these two pieces go together well. So, and when can we get our next update?
Whenever you ask for
All right.
it, I will be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Exciting stuff. I should say thank you in particular for the bridge over Avondale Street. I just was on the DOS tour trail a couple weeks ago, and a couple of us did it by bike, and we went over that sidewalk in Avondale by bike. Not a great experience. Having a separate bridge there would be great. I don't know if it's a question for you or the manager. I just want to, on the money side of things. So as I understand your presentation, we've spent 9.4 million, mostly acquisition, right? So that means we have an extra $27 million in costs to complete this with all the enhancements, right? So where are we? Do we have all the money in the bank? Are we anticipating this over a couple of years? Where are we on this sort of like?
Good afternoon, Henry Prospero, General Services Project Management. The slide that you have in front of us, we currently have funding entirely for the base trail. We put in a CIP request for the design and the construction of the enhancements as well as the Gateway Park. So we're currently funded entirely for the base trail.
And so the enhancements, so you put that in the CIP for the next year, right?
Correct.
But that's only, as we were just talking about, it's a 1-year CIP. So would that be funded all by next year, or does that assume we're going to go like several years of CIPs to fund that?
We have 2 requests. Fiscal year 25 captures the 2.4 million, and then fiscal year 26 captures the balance, which is for construction.
And that'd be the full then 27 million.
Correct.
Okay. Here's the next question I want to ask, and I'm going to keep asking these questions, so bear with me. So we've talked about this before. We're going to be going to the voters for a lot this year, tax increase and a bond referendum. And so whenever I talk to voters, and these are folks who love city of Durham, they love city government. These are not sort of folks who don't want to see us invest in anything. But what they say is like, great, I love the plan for the referendum, but what happened to what happened to the stuff we've already funded, right? Where's delivery on that? So my question is for you is, ma'am from McAdams, Iona? Yeah, is like, what would it take, just sort of big picture, what would it take to deliver this project 1 year earlier?
We would have to get the funding all approved within fiscal year 25.
So if we had more funding, we could do this quicker.
Well, I don't think the project would happen quicker, but it would get it on the books. I mean, we still have to go through the
My
design
question is,
process.
what would it take to show the citizens of Durham we can deliver this 1 year faster than planned? Because probably the likelihood is with the timeline you showed, delivery in 27, probably into 28, right? I know how things go. That's 10 years. Maybe this does take 10 years to deliver a major infrastructure project like this. But for the citizens, I'm asking like, so what would it take for people and dollars to deliver this 1 year earlier?
You know, we still have to go through the design process. We still have to go through the approval process, site plan approval. We have to go through approvals for the raise
Yeah, no,
grant.
I understand they're all details, but I'm saying like, how could we do it 1 year earlier? And if so, what would that take?
I think realistically, it would be difficult, just based on the way that the design process goes. We haven't even started the design for any of the enhancements yet. So typically the design process takes about a year. And then we have, 3 to 4 months process for the bidding.
Right. So that, again, my question is like, what does it take to speed that up? Is it people? Is it dollars? You don't have to answer now, but I'm going to keep asking this question.
It's a good question.
Because people are frustrated. They love Durham. They love all that we represent. What frustrates them is like, it takes so long in these projects. And so I'm saying on behalf of the citizens, what can we do and show them to deliver this stuff quicker? That's what people want to know.
So, council member, I know that you continuously ask this question, and sometimes we talk about, if money is available, that has to speed it up. And I just want us, as we're talking through this as a group, that the folks who actually do the pre-design and design and getting us to 100% construction drawings, that we separate out what having, an additional $25 million in the current budget, if we can't get to that point to spend it, it doesn't speed it up. So I'm just.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it has to be money. I'm saying, is it like people, money, prioritization? What would that look like as a hypothetical? I'm not saying we have to do that, but like, I think people would want to know, like, how do we, hey, if we do this, we could actually deliver it 1 year early and really please you all as a citizen. So I think people would like to know that.
Is it more cranes, more contractors, more? Because I don't think more money speeds the process up. I guess what you're asking is, does it take more, like, excavators, cranes? Yeah. So, welcome to government.
Let me just jump in here. So I'm a Durham resident, and I feel you. Like we want it too. I think.
But that's why I'm asking the question, because people are thinking this like.
Yeah. What I would recommend, the design schedule and the approval process has been very thoughtfully put together, and it's realistic. We don't want to put an aggressive schedule that we can't deliver. It's not a sandbag schedule, but it is a realistic schedule. What I would encourage us to do potentially is to do a little more messaging on this project when it's coming, get people excited about it, start. We have a lot of work to do to work through maintenance and operations discussions and things like that. But I think we can get people excited about the project while keeping their expectations realistic, because we don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver. But there's not, this is not a money problem, it's a time machine problem.
Thank you. So the next time you come present and you show us all those other lovely projects, why don't you tell us how much time it took those communities? Because I think that would actually be.
Oh, okay. I can definitely do that.
Because what we hear to Councilmember Riss' point, is people go to Cary and they see the new fancy thing, or they go to Apex and they see the other new fancy thing. They don't see, because they don't live in Apex, they don't live in Cary, how long it took Cary.
Yeah,
How many park bonds did it take Cary? How many park bonds did it take Greensboro to get that cool public art? So as consultants, and it's not just you, anyone who's coming to present to us, if you were showing us an example, show us what it costs that other community. Because in Durham, we have so many folks who are new. And they go, well, I was here and I visited there and I went here and I went there. And it's like, great. Did you know it took them 20 years to deliver that wonderful thing you spent your weekend on while getting a beverage? So that is my, and that is not to use personally. It's just like,
that's great
staff in
advice.
general. Because people just see the shiny new thing and they never want to know how long. We are instant gratification. We are social media. And I think it would be really, really helpful. And also, you know, values align. So if we're also asking contractors to pay minimal livable wages, well, did that community pay their folks livable wages? What was the price tag for that 20 years ago when you, so that's one thing. And then I'm just really glad that this is happening. And to Councilmember Baker's point, this project is actually what redid our community input in Durham. It was because advocates came specifically around green gentrification. I was on DOST when I think I was on DOST as a resident, not even as a council member, when folks started coming saying, hey, the way we do community engagement, the way who we're centering around our community engagement, who we're talking to, who gets to show up, who gets to do things, completely changed because of that equitable blueprint. And that is the model that that city of Durham has done since then. And it's the model that is now getting lifted up, not just in Durham, but in other places to really get that deep community engagement and centering all kinds of folks, not just the folks who've been traditionally engaged. Thanks.
Durham is very notorious for being highly engaged, which is great, but also very pessimistic because people pay attention to what's the outcome elsewhere, whether it's Amsterdam or Europe somewhere, to even hear and say, well, why can't we have that right now? And that communication would be key.
And engagement then takes time and slows the project down. So folks want the both and. So the both and is, if you want to be engaged and you want to make sure everyone's heard, then you have to listen to that there's nuance and complexity. And guess what? Then you're in community engagement for 6 months to a year. Maybe that other community that you're highlighting didn't do engagement that way and they just put the thing down on the ground.
That is a great point because we did apply the blueprint and it took us 9 to 10 months to do the whole process again on this project. So that's an excellent point.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I really appreciate the last point, and I just want to start there because I do want to just be the one in the room who always asks us to slow down because folks don't always know what we're doing, and pushing it a year earlier. I hear you, and I think on my side of town, things get pushed so fast that we never even know it's happening to us. And so I do want to make sure that I highlight both, not just the equitable engagement, but also the fact that even in just water management, the construction faults that occur because you're rushing to get something delivered before it's, anyway, I just don't like that. I just want to make sure I say that. I'm one council member, but I want to make sure I state that. And then I did want to just kind of ask the question, I guess in more of a example kind of way, because you're consulting, are there, because I heard you and I visited Carmel, I don't know that folks understand just how impactful it is to do an economic development project. And so we're talking about the displacement of folks, and you're saying like in reality, folks have already been displaced, but what does it look like to make sure that that overlay is in place and the programming is in place to make sure that we're supporting businesses that are local and small and minority and women owned? Like, what examples have you seen around that would be helpful to hear more about? And then also, I'm just mindful that because I know General Services tends to lead on this, are there any asks on the economic development side of this that we should be paying attention to? Because there is a serious lack of focus on the shared economic prosperity and how we're trying to do certain plans and processes. And I want to make sure we don't push forward without that.
There's a lot in there. I think we are we're designing the project. And I'm going to speak frankly, the leadership of staff and the council, needs to say, this is, around these policies and programs that we're talking about, the stay in place stuff or an overlay district. That, as you point out, general services delivers projects. We design projects. We do a lot of planning. We can facilitate planning projects and that kind of stuff too. But I think you're right in highlighting that that there is a policy and program piece that someone needs to be waking up every morning trying to figure out.
And to that point, I think what I'm saying is I think we're the ones who are doing that. If you have examples that are followed through.
Yeah.
That's, because the stay in place policy is one.
Right.
But there has to be a program that's tracking who's in there. Like, is there any examples, any software, any like technology we should be all looking at? Like,
so there is, so there's the recapture model where the increase in tax value percentage of that is captured for reinvestment or other programs. So that is something that was actually identified in the original master plan as a potential technique for this project. So you would baseline tax values, and then as they increase, a portion of that would be allocated back to this corridor or however the council decides to use it. The overlay district is a little slightly different twist on that. It's similar to like the bid where you would have folks paying into it. It would be weird because then the bid would be overlapping with this corridor. So there would be a lot to flesh out there. Those are the two things that come to mind as examples that I've seen done in other communities. Now, the Monon Trail that we visited, that is using something we don't have access to here in North Carolina, which is the tax increment funding, the TIF. And so they have a whole tool in their arsenal that we don't have here in North Carolina.
thank you. And then just to that point, Madam Manager, are we tracking at all? I don't know what department that sits in. Is there any information that we're gathering around the tax or the baseline taxes at all? No. So that's something we might want to consider looking at as a council. And then I would, I've lived with this project, so I want to say that in 2017, when I got elected, this was the first big like, wow, thing going on. And I want to say that it was Mayor Schul who was like really steering this process in a way that I appreciate now more than I did then. And to be at 27 million left sounds so doable right now. I am excited that you've broken it out the way that you have. I really do appreciate the base model just to make sure that we get it done because we have it. And then kind of the enhancements, that is a really good way to kind of bring a project to flourishing. So I want to thank our general services for really being mindful of, I think there are projects that don't kind of come to fruition in any time that's been put forward. And so I feel like this is something that's going to happen. And I'm excited about it. I know, I appreciate Councilmember Baker's questions, and I know where it's coming from. I just remember all the oh my gosh, I have so much trauma from the Duke Diet and Fitness. And then also, I want to say from the equitable engagement, that is really from the county and the way that they were doing their community assessments. So I know when they got involved with Durham Children's Initiative, they were really trying to make sure that they were doing a real engagement process. And I'm really glad that the community appreciated it, but I don't think that they get enough credit on it. And so I do want to lift them up and saying that the health department really did highlight how we could engage our community in a really healthy way across language, across ability, across, even developmental abilities.
Absolutely.
And there's just a lot here that I don't think is really present because everyone's new around the table. And I mean, there's so many people who have been involved in this in the community, from nonprofits to just serving on the DOS board or the Environmental Affairs board, or because the Duke Diet and Fitness was really nasty. And just the stormwater aspect of this. This is a huge opportunity for the city of Durham, and I'm excited to be a part of it. That's all. Thank you.
I just have one plug. Part of the reason that this fits in the CIP is because we have an amazing bond with amazing projects. And so when we say to the community, the bond really allows us to do different things with the CIP. This is an example of that. This project fits in the CIP over a couple of years. It's fully funded because that amazing bond is coming before you in November.
And I will add to that the amazing bond takes into the account, I want to say, the eastern part of Avondale all the way through to Longmeadow that was brought up earlier today. And I think that there's not enough communications, which is also why I was tagging on to Director Johnson's, if they have consultants that are already doing short messaging and we need more messaging, we got to figure out how to bring some of it in-house where we can. And then make sure that people understand, like, these are huge wins for the community because they're not just projects. The maintenance and operations are jobs that will be added to the roles. And they eventually will be at a livable wage that folks are excited about. And I know that it's painstakingly slow and each piece is off in ese own universe. But as they come together like this, it's really exciting. So I'll say that again. I think Councilmember Caballero, 2018 seems like a universe ago. And pre-pandemic, I was, I'm just glad we have it funded. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm really excited about this, simply because of the opportunity that it can bring. I will say that, I think that while we may not see it up front, the sort of the revenue generating components of it, I think it's going to naturally draw that. And I think what I'm going to say the hard part out loud, I don't know how we keep costs down as far as like cost of living around it when it's such a high value amenity. But that's Durham. We're going to say we don't want prices to rise. We don't want to, we don't want people to be displaced from these areas, but we're putting a very high value amenity there. So I just want to be realistic in saying that markets are not some composite that you can tweak and go in and, turn the value up or down. It's a natural effect of these types of actions. And cities grow and cities develop, and and it's going to be up to all of us to evolve with that. So that's the matter of fact in this. I believe we can get creative as we possibly can around that. But if we're looking at programming to keep something leveled, that programming costs, and then we'll have to pay it on the other end. You may not be paying directly in the cost of a home, but you'll be paying in taxes to keep that program in place. So I just want to be realistic about that. The Clyde Warren Park that I recently visited in Dallas, it's 5.5 acres, and they're extending it. And it was an ugly, and I have a lot of pictures here I was showing Councilmember Caballero. It was an ugly eyesore of a highway going through the heart of the city. And now it's they put these decks over the freeway, beautiful green space, water. It's like a little water park. And the park alone generates $6 million a year, just that 5.5 acres. They will sell you a chair with your name on it. Like, you can sponsor a chair. They have donut shops out there. They have the food truck road that happened by mistake because of COVID. And they just made it intentional to turn parking spaces into it. Elon, North Carolina did the same thing. Outdoor dining. But they also, once they built that park, which was like the arts district on one side but this park is placed in the middle of uptown and downtown. Downtown was poor and dilapidated. Uptown was, all the expensive stuff. They placed this park there. They connected it to J.P. Morgan Chase put up shop. They put a restaurant on it that generates $3 million a year. Bank of America is consolidating in Charlotte and now putting up in Dallas at Clyde Warren Park. So it generated all of this economic development just by proximity. And I think that's just the effect that we're going to have. The underline in Atlanta, no, the belt line, or the underline is the belt line. Underline is Miami, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure who in here, if anyone went on the inner city trip. Did you go on that one?
I was on
Bertha?
every inner city trip.
Okay, so we've walked those trails and it's beautiful. They generate and attract so much economic development around them. And I don't know, I mean, of course you can quantify it, but that's the impact. But of course, if you live next to it, it's going to cost. The underline there, the High Line in New York is really cool as well. The Atlanta Beltline, Google played a huge role in that, and now Google is here. And Clyde, who is the CEO of the Atlanta Beltline. I know we talk probably about twice a month now. He's like, here's the formula. This is how you guys should do it economic development wise. So I'm really excited to see what can come of this. I would like to see more. I know there was a segment there at the end by the transit station where it's the micro shops. Yeah, the micro retail. I don't know if that has to be the only space where we have that,
Mhm.
and if there's possibility to where, we can have some type of outdoor, amphitheater space that could connect. I mean, I'm thinking about not just the one lesson he was telling me about the Atlanta Beltline was, don't think of it as just a trail. Think of it as a trail and everything around it that you can possibly acquire to activate as a public good, a public space. So I do like the idea of just, really seeing how this can be complemented by our UDO, to Councilmember Baker's point. But as we're going through all of this, we do have to be very realistic and I don't want to sell anyone any false hope that, we're going to have this amazing amenity going through the city. And if you live close to it, nothing's going to change economically. I don't think anybody's really saying that, but I know that that's just not reality. And also being clear, like Carmel is one of probably the most ambitious small cities or towns in America. They said, we're going to get rid of stoplights and just put roundabouts. They have 140 something roundabouts so that traffic can just keep going. Yeah, that costs a lot of money. And their city hall looks like Buckingham Palace. And also the tax base there makes carry seem cheap. So there are realities that come with this excitement, and I just want to make sure that we are bracing for that as well. But I think this is necessary. I'm looking forward to it. I also, while in Dallas, visited the Katy Trail. Yeah, and it's funny y'all say it. I actually sat on the bench and people watched. And a guy from Duke walks by. He said, I had on a Durham show. He's like, Durham? So I went to school there, engineering. So that was really cool. And of course the Katy Trail went right between the city, right through the city. Like getting to it was at the beginning of it was a beautiful park. People were, cooking out and playing basketball and yoga in a little amphitheater. In order to get to the trail, I had to walk up an actual trail through the woods, but it had, steps, and also there was a ramp that you can get to it. And of course, it goes right through neighborhoods, whole new source of transportation options to get to work, to get to be, places where you can play and just connect with folks. So this is an amenity that I think is long overdue. I think it replaces my hope and dream to put a river through the city. So
We definitely can't afford that.
I know. Well, we have American Tobacco.
Yeah.
I went to Fort Worth too, and Fort Worth has this river that goes around where they just I think it may be a water treatment or something. I'm not sure, but it was capitalized on as well. They put just restaurants and stores around it over the stockyard. And it's just really cool. Folks are doing some amazing things. But all of those places, it took so much time to create. It took so much time. And one thing to our residents, I think we have to be messengers to you all and to our staff of what the desire is, but we also have to be messengers back to our residents that this takes time. And Durham is doing a lot better than many other cities across the country. But if you're just looking at the outcome of other places and saying, why can't we have this now? I think we have to stand up for what's happening here, and kudos to the staff for making this happen this far. This is huge, and I'm glad that you said it's going to be complete by next year. Like Governor Cooper told folks at Empower. Did you hear that? He said, the mayor says Durham is going to have all electric buses by 2025. People went crazy. That's not going to happen, right, Sean?
Yeah, that was a joke, just in case. That was a joke. I'm not sure you're allowed to joke in front of council, but I did it. Hopefully it doesn't get me in trouble.
No, you're good. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys. And thanks for your.
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight the micro retail piece. I think Chicago is where I saw like a really great grassroots approach to it. And so I'm not sure if you looked at that at all, but I can't call the name, but it's in Chicago. And it really took like a park approach to creating that micro retail. And I want to figure out how we can kind of mimic something like that. And then also the steps. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate whenever someone recreates the Jesus steps anywhere in the city, because it reminds me of the Bronx.
Okay, there you go. With the curve in them.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. So this is just going to be brief, but I'm listening to this conversation and I have not been in this for very long. I did live in Old Fourth Ward as the park was built and the Beltline. So I actually watched it all happen. I was walking distance from the park and used to walk there every single day after it got built. And I was just out of curiosity looking at Old Fourth Ward now and the demographics and the price of properties. And when I lived there, I paid like $800 for an old 1-bedroom shotgun apartment, but my neighborhood was super, super diverse. And we knew everyone. I knew everybody on the block, and it was just a really, really wonderful place to live. I'm now looking at the price, and I could never afford to live there now. And so I want to say, like, we're having this conversation, and I do think that these things are important, and you've said it yourself, and we, I think, all acknowledge that you can't build without the results of that investment, right? There's going to be increase in price, and there's going to be drastic change. And we've talked about sort of this aspect of potentially using our UDO rewrite as a way to couple with this development and sort of think intentionally about the changes. And I also want to say, we talk a lot about relationships up here, and that what I really want to hear is a narrative from this council when we are discussing projects and development with those companies that are doing those major developments in our area, a conversation of what they can bring to the city, not what we provide them in terms of their development opportunities and their economic opportunities, but what they're really bringing to us, and just have that conversation and that narrative that's more thoughtful. And I hear that we're going that direction, and I just want to make sure that it stays in the spotlight, because that is, I went recently to Old Fourth Ward Park, which is now overshadowed by buildings all around it. And the neighborhood is totally different. So it's just something to keep in mind. And I just wanted, since we were talking about that, to share my personal experience with that park being built and the Beltline, and just my hope for intentionality around this project as we move forward. Thank you.
I just want to follow up that point and just see if there's any way to get a update on the grant that we did have in place. I don't know if we're even using it right now.
The race
For-
grant?
No, this was specific to trying to keep folks in their neighborhoods. And just because that stay in place policy, I mean, I assume we would be trying to focus on more renters and property owners, but I mean, not just limiting it to that. I'll leave that for later. But the grant we were using for whenever the city was doing development nearby a property, and it was specific to South Side, East Durham, Northeast Central Durham, and there was one other. I want to say Walltown. But I know that the county picked up their program and we were moving forward, but I want to know if we can probably revisit that program and figure out how to kind of navigate a way that makes it.
So that program that you're referring, I won't talk a lot about it in detail, but it was a temporary program that had an expiration date. And it was allowed by the council to expire, but to be replaced by a program that had actually a better program that covered a higher income level, but still moderate income homeowners. But it was for every resident that qualified in the city to have grants to help pay tax increases for any purpose. So there is no current program, no pilot for any specific neighborhood to be identified regarding the public's influence on the increase in the property value. But I believe that the program has been replaced with something that is more significant to the community overall, including those residents that were in a pilot and that pilot expired after 4 years. So hopefully that's responsive.
So does that include renters?
The original program did not include renters,
Okay.
and the current program does not include renters. It has always been homeowners that are living in the property as their primary residence.
I can comment on that real quick. This is so important. So this is the county's low-income homeowner relief program. We've talked about it several times in the council. I think it'd be great to get an update from the county tax department about this program, how many grants we've made, who's being served. This is a critical piece to address both this gentrification issue, but it's also the issue, we've heard this from citizen comments, as we are raising taxes, it's a way to provide some relief for folks because property taxes are somewhat regressive, right? So folks with less income, mildly compared to sales tax. Those with lower income, they're paying relatively more of their income for property taxes. And so providing this relief is an important way from a justice perspective. We're providing relief for those with less income, but it's also the way that we can raise taxes for investments we want to make like this and do it in a way that's responsible. So that's a critical program. I'd love for us to get an update from the county on that program, just so we all in the council have a really good understanding of that, because it will come up in these conversations about tax increase and bond.
We can get it placed on the JCC agenda. Yeah. All right.
I wanted to add to something, Mayor Williams, about Dallas. I think it's important to know that that there is a entirely separate entity that operates the Clyde Warren Park, and they operate it like a business. And so if, again, somebody wakes up every day and says, how can I make money at Clyde Warren Park? And so we've got to figure out that piece beyond the design too.
That's a really good point. That the CEO of Clyde Warren Park is if we took Discover Durham and made it a park, that's what it is. They have their own board, they have their own CEO, their own staff, and they have programmers all around it, and it's also a bid district within itself. The economic impact is over $1 billion annually. They generate about 6 million, 2 million from just revenue generating themselves, 1 million, 750,000 from the restaurant. The sponsorships bring in about another 300,000. She broke it down, and but also it was a public-private investment. But you're right, it is self-taking, it's its own thing. but the impact is significant.
Is Keep Durham Beautiful in this conversation as well?
Gina Probst, General Services, no.
That might also be a good nonprofit to make sure is at the table, because I feel like they would do a lot of the maintenance work that could be done. And also the plantings, all of that landscaping.
Yeah, it's his own operating entity, and they outsource security and outsource maintenance. It's basically DDI in a park. That's how it functions. But thank you all so much. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed hanging out with the council today. All right, and next is final presentation, which is UDO update.
The presenter is, my understanding, the presenter is.
Okay. Sarah, is the presenter virtual? All right, as you set up, I'm going to say, council, want to take a 5-minute break. All right.
I'm the snack connoisseur, and if you need me to taste anything, let me know.
Well, while we're waiting for them to get set up, guys, I do want to say there was a really, really, really cool housing summit this morning. I was feeling bad because Councilmember Rist and I had our one-on-one, and I knew I was going to miss it. And I forgot to call and say, hey, I'm going to miss our meeting. But when I get there, he's sitting in the room, so I didn't feel so bad.
So you text me, like, I see you right there.
Yeah, but it was a really cool housing summit, and probably get a chance to share some information about it. I'll rely on Councilmember Rist for that. But small towns, if you don't follow small towns, some good stuff.
While we're still waiting, I just want to add that I will be at the National League of Cities Summer Leadership Conference next week. I know. Yeah, and I just want to make sure I share with you all for transportation infrastructure and for the race equity and leadership. And there's some trips. So I want to make sure that I get any recommendations from you all as well. Sacramento, Rancho Cucamonga, Rancho Cordova.
Also, while we're waiting, since I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, congratulations to Dr. Carrie Dixon, the new named 13th Chancellor of North Carolina Central University. And out of all of the possibilities, she was my personal #1 choice because I saw the way the students at Elizabeth City responded to her. So I'm really excited. I call her a mixture of Dr. Saunders White, Deborah Saunders White, and James Ammons. They, she's a fireball, and I'm just really excited to have her bring that energy to Durham.
She's really done a phenomenal job with the School of Business over at Elizabeth City and with the aviation programs. And so if they weren't 4 hours away, I would be more involved. But I did get a chance to do the Shark Tank and look at some of the presentations from the students. Oh my gosh, they were great.
And the board of directors for the North Carolina League of Municipalities are enjoying themselves. That's where Mayor Pro Tem is. They are enjoying themselves here in the Bull City. They it's a lot of, folks get stuck in their towns. So when they got here this morning, it was a lot of like, wow, look at Durham, so vibrant. So it helps if we kind of leave the city and then come back sometimes, realize we're doing all right here. Always do better, but we're doing pretty good. We're ready when you all are. That was my last little announcement I could come up with.
Keep going. I'm subscribed to the podcast.
Apple or Spotify? Don't answer that. No.
Good. All right. Good afternoon. Bo Dobrinsky with the Planning Department. Mayor actually really excited to be here talking to you all. This is a presentation that'll actually be from Code Studio, who is a consultant that we've hired for our new Unified Development Ordinance. As you all are aware, this is one of the biggest components to the implementation of the comprehensive plan that was adopted back in October. So with me, I've got Colin Scarf with Code Studio. I also have the consultant that we have working on equitable engagement, and Dr. Twana Allen, who you'll hear from as well. This is an update on the project itself that's been going on the last several months, and it'll also include an audit of the existing code, an analysis of the current UDO that is being implemented. Additionally, it'll also show an approach moving forward and some recommendations that we received from the Joint City County Plan Committee. And with that, I'll go ahead and kick it off and let Colin Scarf begin.
Thanks, Bo. Thank you, everybody. Just going to give you a brief update on the work that we've been doing on the UDO to date. It was really interesting to hear the conversation about the rail trail. So looking forward to seeing how we can kind of integrate that work into the work we're doing with the UDO. So we always start off with this slide because we always get the question of, people get confused about what the UDO is versus what the comprehensive plan is. So we always present this slide just to help people understand that the comprehensive plan sets the vision for Durham, and that one of the key implementing documents is the UDO that implements kind of the development rules. Next slide, please. And so why are we doing this project? So we've got kind of like 5 pillars that we run this project around. So we want to make sure the UDO is clear and easy to use, simple. Heard a lot about housing today, but making sure we're allowing for a mix of housing types throughout Durham, encourage the creation of more affordable housing throughout the community, focusing on the built environment, promoting transit-oriented development, and walkability. Heard a little bit about, connectivity and open space today. So, and then, making sure that we're above all implementing the recently adopted comprehensive plan. Next slide. So I'm just going to talk to you about 5 things today. Just going to give you a brief update on the outreach and engagement work that we've been doing. Some improvements and kind of usability improvements for the UDO. Talk about some options for improving small scale residential infill. Looking at ways to better utilize some of your existing multifamily areas, and then ways to promote density around existing and future transit lines. Next slide. So we've actually done two open houses in February. We had one at the Durham County Administration Building in the afternoon, and then one at the Campus Hill Recreation Center in the evening. Next slide, please. And then we've done 2 Code Connect presentations. So these are kind of virtual webinar type formats where we do a quick presentation followed by a Q&A session. So we've done 2 of those sessions, one in February and then one recently last Thursday. Next slide. And so we've also done a survey. So we sent around a survey, posted it on the website, did it in English and Spanish, and just asked some simple questions about people's how they would like to see some of the changes play out in the UDO related to housing, transportation, and the environment. Next slide. And so this will just give you a sense of who we heard from regarding that survey. So we heard from a pretty good geographic distribution around the community. I think one of the most notable responses was that we got more responses from people in the 26 to 40 years old age group than we might particularly see on a survey like this. Next slide. And so these are just some of the initial takeaways that we heard from the survey revolving around housing, transportation, and environment. So in general, people were looking for more affordable housing options kind of dispersed throughout the community. There really was a focus of preserving the neighborhood character and making sure that we're complementing existing architecture and promoting community cohesion. From a transportation perspective, people are looking for, a desire to walk and bike to places, so more connectivity, better access to transit, better utilization of trails and future trails. And from the environmental perspective, some of the respondents encouraged the city to kind of rethink development practice, including, tree protection and implementing additional stormwater solutions, and just in general promoting a kind of a denser, more sustainable community. Next slide. And so I'm just going to hand it over briefly to Tawana, who's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the equitable approaches to engagement that we've been doing.
Good afternoon, council members. I am thrilled to stand before you today to share with you some of the great work that we are doing for our equitable engagement outreach efforts. First of all, as a long-standing resident in Durham, this project is not work for me. This is me giving back to the community. And I'm thrilled to be able to get into the communities that I've seen change over the years since I've been here, and to, again, work with our community members. So when I think about our work as the work that we are doing with engagement, I think about 5 specific key areas that we want to make sure we understand as far as why equitable engagement is important. That first one is inclusive participation. So we believe that understanding that Durham has a very diverse cross-section as far as who are represented in our communities. And when we look at those who have been historically underrepresented, those are the ones that we are really reaching out to make sure that we hear from with our engagement opportunities. So we are specifically focusing on people of color, individuals who identify as having low wealth, people with disabilities, our youth, and our senior or seasoned residents, our individuals with limited English proficiency, our members of our LGBTQIA plus communities, along with immigrants and refugees, our justice-involved residents and renters, along with our rural residents. So those are our target populations that we are really striving to connect with and hear their voices in regard to our work with the new UDO. Why are we really being diligent with this work? Well, one, we believe that it will only help to promote transparency and accessibility in making sure that our communities understand, and can share their input on the process that we are following. And so we are committed to providing materials in multiple languages and using different modes of communicating with everyone. Regarding our collaborative decision-making process, we really believe that incorporating feedback from our community members will only help to really help understand that this UDO is just not a regulatory framework, but it also is a reflection of collaborative community driven process planning. Looking at continuous feedback and developing a continuous feedback loop really, again, helps to foster critical feedback and trust throughout our communities. And we want to make sure that our members of our communities can ask questions, and can provide ongoing feedback about the new UDO process. Again, lifting up building trust and relationships. We really want to develop and maintain strong trust and relationships with our residents throughout the city. To do this work, we will also use engagement ambassadors. And for this, our ambassadors will be people who are respected throughout their communities, and they will play a key role in our outreach efforts, in that we want to make sure that they help to facilitate conversations, gather feedback, and ensure that our diverse voices throughout Durham are heard. Our engagement ambassadors will act as a bridge between the community and the planning department to enhance our ability to connect with and to make sure our residents' needs are heard and understood. So thank you again for the opportunity to come before you today. And I look forward to seeing you all as we continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Torna. Next slide, please. So just going to jump into the actual technical components of this work. So we've made some recommendations on the actual outline itself. We're suggesting reducing the number of articles from 17 down to 10 and reorganizing a few things. So you'll see that we've moved some of the administration pieces down to the end in Article 9. So Article 2, Article 13, we've moved to the back and we've consolidated that with kind of similar administration related material. We've got an Article 4, development standards. So we're including Article 7, design standards, Article 9, landscaping, Article 10, parking, and then signs all into that single Article 4. The zoning districts themselves, we're including various materials located throughout the UDO to kind of one comprehensive place. So the one thing that we're trying to do here right now, if you want to figure out your district standard, you have to jump to 3 different places at least. So you have to jump one section to find your intent statements, another section to find your intensity requirements, and then the individual building type requirements, you have to jump to another section. So next slide, please. We're hoping to consolidate all of that material so it's down in one place. And this is just an example of how that might look. So we've got the intent statements for a group of districts, and then we've got all the dimensional standards associated with the district on 2 pages so that you could kind of open it up and get a sense of what your requirements are for each district just by looking at 2 pages. Next slide, please. So one of the key things that we're doing with this project is implementing the new comprehensive plan. In particular, how do we implement the new place type map? Next slide, please. So we've taken a look at 3 key future place type areas just to see what the UDO's ability is to currently implement those place types now and in the future, and what changes might be needed as part of the UDO so it can do a better job implementing those in the future. We're looking at the apartment and townhouse neighborhood place type, the established residential place type, and the transit opportunity area place type. Next slide, please. So starting with the established residential, you have these following key implementing districts that you could use today to implement established residential. So RU5, RU52, RS8, RS10, RS20, and to a certain extent, RR. So we wanted to just take a look at those districts to understand them a little bit more and see what the ability of the UDO is to implement that particular place type. So next slide, please. So the first thing that we did is kind of take a quick look at all the dimensional standards associated with what we're calling the lower intensity kind of residential districts, kind of / single family districts. So RU5, RU52, RS8, and RS10 all allow expanded housing choice option. So you guys are pretty familiar with the expanded housing choice option, but you can take the dimensional standards from your district down to, in this particular case, 2,000 square foot minimum lot area. There's a limit on the maximum height, 2 stories, and then there's a maximum building footprint size of 1,200 square feet if you choose to use the expanded housing choice. So as I said, you can do that in RE5, RS8, and RS10. So the primary difference with the districts today is lot size, right? So in RU5, you have a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. RS8, you have an 8,000 square foot minimum lot size. Next slide, please. And then it continues on. So you have a range of districts that could be used to implement the established residential place type. Next slide, please. So we wanted to do a little bit of both physical and economic modeling in RU5 and RS10, just to get a sense of what could be built and what the cost implications might look like if you were to build something using the existing EHC dimensional standards rules. So we did kind of a GIS analysis to figure out what makes sense, what minimum lot size we should be looking at. And so in RU5, for a corner site, we're looking at a 9,000 square foot lot. RU5 in the mid block, we were looking at 10,000 or so square foot lot, and then RS10, slightly bigger lot. And we just wanted to see, how many units could we get on that lot using the existing zoning requirements that were in place today. And this is kind of giving you a sense of what we could fit. So physically, this is what we could fit, but we want to understand it from an economic perspective. So we ran some kind of high level pro formas from both a for sale perspective and a for rent perspective. So we had Neil Heller, who's on our team, to kind of help us run these pro formas. And so we ran these pro formas from a developer's perspective using construction costs and associated fees for developing in Durham. And so this is kind of high level stuff, but it gives you a sense of how the numbers might play out. And so these pro formas are based on a developer making a return on investment, somewhere around 10 to 20%. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense for them to do a project. So what we found out was that from a for sale perspective, when you run the numbers for RU5 and RS10, they generally make sense. So when you compare it to the AMI for Durham, right? So you're probably seeing in today's market that some of these EHC projects are coming on the market for around $400,000, which I think if you look around, you'll see that happening. So that seems to make sense. So from a rent perspective, what we found out, and so next slide, please, is that the numbers don't seem to work as well for whatever reason, construction costs, but it is very unlikely that you're going to see single family EHC projects show up in Durham for rent, just because the numbers don't make sense for a developer to do that. They're better off building and selling those units based on their kind of return on investment. Next slide. And so what we wanted to do was take a look at some kind of alternative housing options. And so in RU5, you are allowed to do 4 units on a lot as long as you front a roadway of a certain width. So we wanted to just get a sense of like how it might look if we kind of work on this slightly denser model. And so based on the current rules, you can do 4 units on a lot in RU4, but there is a density cap of 8 units per acre. And so what that means is if you wanted to do 4 units on a lot, you would have to need a minimum lot size of 21,000 square feet. And so that's what that might look like. And so we wanted to play around with some different scenarios, like what would happen if we removed 8 units per acre and just did 4 units on the lot. And then also what would happen if we put more units on that lot. So in this particular case, we ran some pro forma numbers for putting 8 units on a lot just to see how that would play out. So next slide. And so what we found out was pretty interesting. So if you look on the very left-hand side here, or the kind of the red color, we ran the pro forma for the kind of existing EHC with kind of no change. And what we found out is that if you were to kind of do that, you would generate a rent of about $3,400 a month per unit based on kind of all the existing parameters. So that is pretty expensive. And so we wanted to look at some policy changes that the city could make that might reduce that monthly rent. So we modified the maximum density. So we eliminated the 8 units per acre, right? So we could use a smaller piece of land to put those same amount of units on. And so what happened when we did that is the monthly rent dropped from $3,400 a month to $2,800 a month. So it's going down. And so what happens if you allow more than 4 units? So in this particular case, we wanted to see what the numbers would look like if we put 8 units on that lot instead of 4. And you'll see that the average monthly cost has dropped again down to $2,400. So those are just to give you a sense of what some policy choices can do and what the impacts might be on the average monthly rent. So we wanted to look at some kind of market choices just to give you a sense of some other things that could be modified. So if we kept the unit size constant at 1,000 square feet. So we dropped that to 800 square feet just to see what that would do. And you could see that it dropped the rent down to almost $2,000 a month. And then what happens if you reduce the parking requirement? So there's no parking requirement today in Durham. We know that, but we are assuming some level of parking will be needed in order to support some of these projects. So we just reduced the parking requirement in half just to see what that would do. That dropped the rent again. Then we also wanted to look at, well, what would happen if you did more than 4 units? So we added a duplex. So you'd have 10 units on that lot just to see what that would do. And that has dropped the rent down to just under $2,000 a month, which is actually starting to make sense a little bit. So that's just to give you a sense of the impacts of policy choices and market choices and how that might affect average monthly rents across the community. Next slide. And so we also wanted to take a look at the apartment and townhouse neighborhood place type. This is kind of your key, I would suggest your key place type for really thinking about putting some additional density into these areas, right? So today, if we look at the existing districts that exist that could possibly implement this place type, you have RSU, M, and RC. So next slide. So we're not going to run any economics on this, but I just wanted to give you a sense of like how the existing dimensional standards play out. So some key metrics to look at, just if you could just go back real quick. So for RSM, key metric here to look at is 3 stories is the maximum height limit. And then there's a maximum density of 8 units per acre. RUM, you can build up to 5 stories, but there is a maximum density of 12 units per acre. RC, you can go up to 7 stories, and there's a maximum density of 40 units per acre. So there's kind of some key metrics that we wanted to look at just to see, like, well, what could get built using those metrics? So next slide. And this is kind of what we found out, right? So because of the density caps that are in place, you're not really going to be able to achieve any meaningful amount of development in terms of units, and you're not really going to achieve the maximum heights that are coded out in the districts, right? So when we ran the kind of development standards for RSM, you can get 4 units on this particular lot, right? So we're using a half-acre lot. You can get 4 units on there, but because of the 8 units per acre cap, that's all you can get on that piece of land, right? So when you look at RUM, this you could get 6 units on the site because of the 12 units per acre cap. And when you look at RC, you can get more units. You can get 20 units in this particular case. But the overall limitation here is the 40 units per acre. And so you just need to ask ourselves, is these the type of intensities that we want to promote in our multifamily areas throughout the city and county? Next slide. And so this should just give you a sense of what you could do if you remove the density cap. So in RSM, if you wanted to build to that 3 stories, the ultimate limitation here is still parking. And we're just assuming 1 space per unit in this particular case. So, the first thing you have to do is try to get 32 spaces onto this site. But we managed to get 32 units onto this site, which is a density of 62 units per acre. So for RUM, we managed to get 54 units on the site, 104 units per acre, and then RC, we managed to get on 67 units at 130 units per acre. So you can see there's a huge difference here in what might be buildable on a site or a lot based on that units per acre constraint. Next slide. So looking at the transit opportunity areas, which I would suggest, this is really when you want to focus your density to be able to support, existing and future transit lines. And so these are really areas I think that you guys should be looking at to really kind of focus some denser development, right? So kind of key implementing districts here now would be CD and CSD. And so next slide, you have slightly higher density requirements in these areas. And so you have, 60 units per acre, 90-foot height limit in CD. You can go up to 145 feet in CSD, but you're only allowed 30 units per acre. So, really what you're going to get in CSD is a really tall building that doesn't take up a bunch of land area if you really wanted to max out your height, but your density is going to be your ultimate cap there. So next slide. So just to give you a sense of how that plays out using existing regulations based on the density caps. So we managed to you could get 41 units on this particular lot, 30,000 square feet, and meet the 60 units per acre. And then you could get 21 units in CSD based on the 30 unit cap. And this is what they might look like. So fair amount of land area left over. And just bear in mind, these are your key transit areas. So next slide. And so if you eliminate the density cap and you're really serious about, the height limits as the ultimate restriction, you could generate something like this, which is more like 145 units per acre for CD. And if you were serious about 12 stories in CD, you could generate something like 236 units on this 30,000 square foot site. So it just gives you a sense of how density might impact some of your existing zoning districts, especially in key areas where you're trying to promote density and intensity. Next slide. And so these are the questions that we asked the JCC-PC about, because of the EHC requirements to us, and everybody can go down to a 2,000 square foot lot, it makes sense to us to combine RU5, RU52, which are basically the same districts anyhow after SCAD, and then combine RS8 and RS10 all into one district and call that something like residential neighborhood, and then combine R20 and RR. Consider allowing more units in existing lower intensity residential lots. So whatever that number is, I don't think we have to figure that out now, but I think it's clear that if we want a model that pushes average monthly rents down, we've got to consider ways to allow more units on what might be future RU5 lots, which would be equals RN lots. So thinking about restructuring the kind of higher intensity residential districts and mixed use districts, eliminating the units per acre metric, and then coming up with some naming convention that is a little bit more understandable to folks, right? So basing maybe the district name on the maximum story height. So when you read the district name, you kind of get a sense of how intense that district is. So next slide. And so when we presented this material to the JCC-PC, this is kind of the direction they gave us. Concentrate density within the urban growth boundary, build up, not out, streamline and consolidate the zoning districts, align the zoning districts with the comprehensive plan place types, and place a greater emphasis on form and not rely so heavily on a units per acre metric to regulate and control development. Next slide. And so just to give you a sense of where we are and where we're headed, we're currently in the code audit and approach phase. We will be drafting the code over the next 6 or 7 months, bringing out the first public review drafts of the new code in early 2025, with the hope that we'll get this code in the adoption phase towards the end of next year. Next slide. And then just for everybody's sake, just reminding everybody that we do have a project website. It's on Engage Durham. It's engagedurham.com/new UDO. We will be keeping that website up to date with the latest ongoings about the project. And then if anybody does have specific comments, you can reach out to the email address below, newudo@durhamnc.gov. I think that concludes the presentation. So thank you very much, and look forward to hearing any of your questions or comments.
Thank you so much for the presentation, colleagues. I'll bring it to the council.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. The Unified Development Ordinance is maybe one of the top 5 most important documents in the city. It's the DNA that shapes the way that we change and the way that we grow, from a physical standpoint. In every square inch of Durham County, we're always in a zoning district. No matter where we travel, we are always in a zoning district. And that zoning district contains very specific regulations, and it can be used well, it can be used poorly. There can be regulations that should be there that aren't there. They can take all sorts of forms. So it is absolutely critical. This is such an important process. That's why I'm saying that. This is such an important process. And it's long overdue, because our current UDO is in need of an update for many different reasons. One question I have, and first of all, I'll just say I'm really looking forward to a UDO document that is much easier to access and much easier to navigate and read. Colin, you talked a little bit about taking these different pieces that are spread out throughout the UDO and consolidating them and putting them together. That is going to help residents, council members, the planning department, developers. It's going to help everyone so much, because nothing is better when it is much more complicated. Everything is better when it is easier to understand. I was just going to ask, and this is brought this up before, sustainable building standards and incentives. I didn't see that in the new structure that you had shown. Is that something that you are anticipating including in the new UDO?
Yeah, are you talking about like building code sustainability or site development?
like green building standards and incentives? I think I'd pointed out the Kannapolis UDO.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that.
Okay. I'd love to see that.
Okay. The struggle is just making sure that it all lines up with the development process, right? So sometimes if lead certification, for example, is done and reviewed at a different time, then zoning review or site plan review is happening. We've just got to make sure what we're doing can be effectively regulated in the UDO in terms of timing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would take a look at the Kannapolis UDO. I was also just, I do have to say, I wish, because I participated in a JCCPC, or I wasn't actually there, but I watched it and then I provided my comments afterward. And I also participated in one of the public engagement sessions. And I was hoping that the audit report would be an actual report and not just the slide deck. So I do just want to voice that an audit report. I was looking forward to more information about the audit of the existing code and annotated outline of where we're headed. And so I was a little bit disappointed not to receive an actual report and just receive the PowerPoint slide deck. And I also think one reason why is because I do think that it is very important to iron out some of the maybe bigger issues before you all get into the weeds of drafting the new UDO. So I'll just voice that. We're still, haven't drafted the new UDO, and I just want it to be a very successful process. So I just wanted to voice that. So yeah, just the amount of content there. We'd also originally talked about potentially some short-term targeted items. I know that has now gone away. That's fine. Just wanted to say that because of that, I still am interested in moving forward some public park dedication stuff. So I'm going to talk to council members offline and separately over the summer about potentially doing that. But I don't want it to be large in scope. I want to keep it minimal and targeted. And then I'm just curious about your thoughts, Colin. We're growing outward very rapidly. And I'm curious about what you anticipate potentially recommending and changing in the EDO to make sure that the new growth that we are approving on the outskirts of our city is sustainable, is more walkable, is greener and mixed use and compact in ways that which I think council would support. Not to put words in everyone's mouth, but what could we change? Would you anticipate that being like a planned development district, or would you see that as being changing or creating new greenfield development standards? Because we are growing out so rapidly, it would be really good to have some good tools to be able to use so that we know that when we approve something out there, that the DNA is set in place, that it's actually going to grow in a sustainable way. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
And you're talking specifically like new greenfields, like residential, single family development. Yeah.
Hopefully more than just single family residential. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I think first and foremost, yeah, we got to have the right standards in place. So I would suggest, block and street standards would be key to that. So making sure the subdivision rules are in place so that street widths are the right size and block perimeters and block lengths are the right size, right? So that people can walk and cycle effectively through these areas, and that so that would be kind of number one. I think you can think about setting minimum densities or intensities out in these areas if you think people are going to underbuild in these areas. I know some communities play around with those ideas. How effective they are, I guess is debatable. I mean, typically from a residential subdivision perspective, developers are trying to max out what they can do in terms of how many units they can put on a site. I don't know if you're having issues with that, but that's definitely one way that you could try to ensure you're getting a minimum level of intensity out there that you have the ability to kind of serve effectively over time. And I think we want to be doing everything we can from a sustainability open space perspective to make sure that these subdivisions are as high a quality as they can be and need to be for Durham, and that they are walkable and bikeable.
Yeah, okay. I want to put that on your radar as something to think about, is making sure that we don't have to negotiate with developers to get complete communities, that it is built into the DNA so that we can say yes more, and have less disagreement up here, which we've had. I would also just say my personal opinion when it comes to the density height issue. I agree with focusing on height, thinking more about height rather than density. I would love to see us increase density and height through the affordable housing density bonus. Again, if we just give density away for free everywhere, there's zero incentive to use our affordable housing density bonus. And so I think being strategic and creative about the way that we upzone, because we should upzone in a lot of places, but making sure that we are doing that in a way where we are, one, not incentivizing tearing down small houses and the people that live in small houses and replacing them with big houses and people that live in big houses in neighborhoods across our city. And two, making sure that we are capturing affordable housing to the extent that we possibly can and making that process really easy for the developer. So making it easy to achieve that outcome. So I sent in a big list of my
Yep.
comments. So I'm not going to run through all of them, but appreciate the work so far. Thank you.
We read those comments, so thanks for sending those in.
Colleagues, yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Cook.
I thank you for that presentation. I have a few very sporadic questions. Mine are going to be, and my colleague is actually an expert in this area, and I am just learning. So, just a couple things. The first one is that we were told in April that we would get short-term recommendations as part of our consulting agreement, and my colleague has just said that that has changed, but that's news to me. Why are we not receiving those short-term recommendations?
Is that I'd have to
Be
defer
a
to
staff question. I see maybe
staff
our
on that
staff
one.
person's coming up for that.
Those like you answered. It's good afternoon, Sarah Young with the Planning Department. So short-term recommendations were never a part of the consultant contract. Okay. Short-term recommendations were something that we're asked if that is something that could be worked in. It was something that was asked of staff. We expressed concern that if we had this process going on, that was going to be a holistic rewrite of the entire ordinance, that short-term changes could potentially delay or derail some of that work. And so we did talk with Code Studio about whether or not they would be able to formulate some short-term recommendations, short-term changes that we could advance before this. And Colin, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you chime in here when I'm done. What came out of their recommendations was really, there's nothing discrete enough that would have a significant enough impact to warrant moving it forward in advance of anything else, especially given the fact that they are really right now starting work on the actual drafting, and that we will have a draft in a few months. And if we were to start on a separate set of amendments, we're kind of at the same place. So that, and Colin, please, if I have misstated
fair.
anything.
That's fair. It's difficult to balance, interim changes with full code changes at the same time. And I think, what we're trying to do is try to get to the actual meat of what we're doing as soon as possible. So we're kind of trying to finish off this code audit and approach phase and jump straight into drafting, so that we can get this done as quick as possible, or get drafts on the table as quick as possible. So from our experience, that's when people start to really start paying attention, is when you put a map on the table with zoning districts that match that map. That's when you start getting people's attention and people start providing serious comments.
I mean, that makes sense, but I thought that I remembered it, and I just went back and looked at the meeting from April 4th, and that we were told we were going to get short-term recommendations. The reasoning makes sense, but I just want to raise that was said to us at a public hearing, and it sounds like that was actually never necessarily the case. So that is concerning to me, because I've been operating under the assumption that was forthcoming, and actually thought that was coming as part of today's presentation. So, okay. The next thing is that I was wondering if you could go back to your slide on the survey demographics. We went through that really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, because I just didn't get a chance to read, but what I had thought that I had seen, and now what I am double checking, is that it looks like 82% of the survey respondents were white. And high income, it also looks like 51% over $100,000. I mean, and I'm not looking at it right this moment, but I know what our demographics, the city and county look like, and I don't think that this is representative.
And homeowners, mostly homeowners.
And mostly homeowners. Yeah, thank you for raising that. So
graduates.
Yeah.
Undergrad, grad.
And yep, okay, yep, the education piece, yeah. So actually, it doesn't appear that maybe outside of, I don't know about the gender breakdown, but it doesn't seem like any of the three of these are actually representative of Durham. So I just wanted to flag that because we, in the presentation, we're kind of saying that it does meet the goals of equitable engagement. And my colleague is gonna explain why these graphs don't match.
Historically, what happens when we do surveys is that they are overwhelmingly white, educated, graduate degrees, which is why we have the parallel part, which is why we have the equitable engagement ambassadors, which is if you look on your slide. I think it's, I don't know which slide it is. Early in the thing, it kind of lays out the different sections, the different places where we're going to do. Most of that has to happen in person within focus groups, targeted outreach, PAC meetings, specific targeted Spanish and other potentially other language. We have to use community partners. We never get that in survey responses. That's why we have the equitable blueprint engagement tool, which was developed in 2018. All staff use it. We've used it for the comp plan. We use it for PB. We used it for this process. It's how we do business. Thank you.
I want to just push back on that a little bit because we did actually see representative surveys, both at our budget hearing when we were looking at resident issues that we've cited quite a bit of here, and also in our participatory budget. So we have seen.
If you go back to the participatory budgeting slides, you will see that overwhelmingly survey responses, not the paper surveys, the online surveys were overwhelmingly white. We have to get the paper ballot surveys, which are often surveys, but they're paper ballot, and you have to do it at community events. And almost every single time we have to run those processes in parallel to the online tools. It is a consistent problem, not just for the city, but across the country. When you do just online outreach is why the city doesn't just do online outreach. It is almost always overwhelmingly white. It happens at the MPO. It happens in every space that I'm in. If we're only online, is overwhelmingly white and educated. PB, the reason we were able to get that representation was because it was through paper balloting and it was through the work that staff did, mostly in person.
Okay, so if I could actually finish my thought, which was that my original question was to be asking what we're doing to first of all, I wanted to just push back because I think that there was a statement that was made that there was quite a range of people that were surveyed initially, and I don't think that that's accurate given the graph that we've gotten today. But then I wanted to hear about what was going to be done. But it sounds like there are some yeah, okay, okay, that's fine.
I don't mean to interrupt if I may be recognized. So there are a lot of things that sometimes are considered survey data. And sometimes it is self-initiated on a website or something like that. And sometimes it is a random selection, which is what we do when we do our resident survey. We do a random selection and we're constantly checking the results to make sure that we are getting enough responses to represent the community. But when it comes to us trying to, we put up a website and, tell people you can give us your information this way. That's also considered survey data, but it's not captured the same way.
I would just say I appreciate that explanation, but we know these things, and it's almost upsetting, at least, to know that as a city we know how to do these things, and we're paying a contractor. So why aren't we partnering with them to do it? So I mean, like, why is this not in conjunction with? I mean, if they needed to work with NIS to do this, then they should have figured out how to work together, because it's presented data. It's presented as data collected.
It is just one piece of what we're listening to. So, Tawana has been focusing extensively and getting out in the community and reaching out to folks. And she has, my understanding, she's been taking our survey and giving that to people, you know, kind of face to face and having them look at it and fill it out. And that's not included in the numbers that we showed you. That is all based on information we received online. And it is just one piece of the puzzle. It's just one piece of what we're taking information from. And so we are relying on the work that Tawana is doing to reach out and work with some of the folks that didn't fill out the survey.
Every time, once a meeting. Sorry, Council. We recognize that the survey respondents are typically much wider than the community, not reflective of the residents of Durham for all the reasons that have already been stated. So that's a big reason why we have engaged with a separate consultant for equitable engagement. Actually, I'll defer to Dr. Allen on this in terms of specifics if you all have questions. But certainly I will say that she's been out in the community introducing the project, and it does take some time to sort of initiate those conversations and initiate those relationships. We've talked about the ambassador program. So we're very aware and are in agreement with the issue when we see the respondents from the surveys, and we're using the framework to address.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is tough to do, but the way that it was presented in this slide, it made it feel like that was a starting point for what we were doing. And there was some, very briefly as we went over it, some indication that it was representative, just highlighting the fact that it's not. And I think it's really important that as we're doing this, and, you know, and I'm sorry, Tawana, I didn't get your last name, Dr.
Allen.
Dr. Allen is going through this process and I'm sure doing an excellent job, but I think it's important to be talking about it as it's ongoing, and ensuring that we're not putting, this is all we have, which is this slide presentation, and we're not putting this survey responses out as like any sort of baseline starting point, and that we're just talking about it honestly. That is all that I wanted to say about that. Did you want to?
No, I just wanted to make sure that all of your questions were answered.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to follow up because I hear that you are collecting data, but it's kind of concerning to hear them say that they're not including it. And I'm assuming there's some qualitative or there's something that's coming out of it, and that should be included in the slides.
And
So
the
if there is-
qualitative data will come from more of the focus groups, the community chats. And so we will then be able to collect and analyze those themes to kind of share with you what are the big picture, big talking points from our community members.
So I want you to hear this when I say that is exactly the problem. So if you value the community chats, then why aren't they before the responses? And if you don't flip that on its axis, then you're just redoing the same process, because the values on, this is the survey responses we have, this is the information we've gotten. You've got to do them both at the same time. That's the point of the equitable engagement. That's the point of pushing it in the way that it's been pushed. It's not to do one and then the other, because then one gets more present as contractors or as writers or what have you. You're going to use this information. This is just not, it's not something you can unsee. It's not something you can undo or be able to once it's shared, it's shared. So in order to try and alleviate that, that's where the equitable part comes in. So you're trying to do that at the same time, more than just having one and then the other.
Absolutely.
That's all.
I think it might be helpful to get a little more kind of background and context about the survey in this particular slide, because I don't think we've done a good job, obviously, by virtue of the questions that are arising. So in our very first round of engagement, and it really wasn't even engagement, it was kind of project launch and kickoff, and hey, there's information, there's this thing that's going to be happening, and we had those two meetings and this survey. If you came to either of those sessions, you would have seen Dr. Allen walking around, taking note of who was there and who wasn't there that was represented, trying to make connections with folks there. And then subsequently, after seeing who is not, who do we need to reach that is not coming naturally to participate, her work has been behind the scenes to make those inroads, build those relationships, so that when we start our first actual engagement on the draft, those networks will have been set in motion. There will be connections. So this really is kind of the baseline, I would say. And what you should see in the subsequent reports will be numbers that much better reflect our community makeup, because the work that Dr. Allen will be doing will be rolled into kind of the standard issue outreach that will be done as well. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Councilmember?
Thank you. And I just want to say, I mean, this is not dissimilar to what happened with the comp plan, which was my previous comment was. We would get data updates. It would be not demographically accurate for Durham. And then staff worked very diligently to make sure, you know, one of the target populations was North Durham, because we'd heard from folks in North Durham isn't historically a very diverse racially part of town, but they are rural residents and they had not felt particularly heard. And so planning staff worked really diligently to ensure that there were more community meetings held up there. We also realized we didn't have enough Spanish respondents. And so additional support was brought in around the comp plan to ensure that we were hearing from these residents. So my earlier point was that this is not, unfortunately, rare. This is what we have seen over and over, and it's actually reflective of, if you're only going to do online survey type things, if that is what your engagement is, then that is often what your demographics will reflect in your responses. And the city, in many ways, and across all kinds of departments and projects, I think the cultural roadmap work, we're struggling with that right now as well. The survey responses online were overwhelmingly educated and white, and staff has always, regardless of the department or project, worked extremely diligently to ensure that our work is representative and that folks can feel included and heard. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to hit that mic up there? Less one speaking.
I still have more. I was not finished. Is that all right? Or were you going to speak on this? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was going to speak up. Go ahead.
Well, just to follow up on that one piece, and was what this survey that was used, was it also used to inform the audit of the prior code?
Who are you asking that question?
I don't know. Whoever might know the answer. This could be.
That's a question for Colin, but I'll let him chime in. I will say that the audit was an analysis that they conducted, and obviously the comprehensive plan itself, which is the big driver for this project, were most likely used for the audit. Go ahead, Colin.
Yes, we looked at it. But you know, we also used information that we received from the open houses that we did, where we did get, you know, kind of a variety of folks. And then we've been, you know, talking to Miss Allen, and she's been, we've had regular updates with her, and she's been telling us, you know, what she's hearing from the variety of folks that she's been talking to. So it's just one piece of our thinking in terms of looking at the existing UDO.
I have a question about something that's not related to the survey, so if other folks wanted to speak on that issue.
Survey? Okay.
I would just say that I appreciate what you're saying. It's not that I disagree or anything. I just don't think it's something we should keep paying for. So we know that that's what's going to happen if we send out an online survey. That's all. And so I just want us to be more proactive on the front side of that, because it is data that's coming in. And so even if it's, you're now trying to trickle in the stories, it's not going to carry as much of the same weight. You're sending the same message, like as if people who are not graduates, who are not of a higher income, like at some point we got to stop sending that message that they're not engaged And that's what's frustrating, that's all. It's not, yeah.
Question. So this is the survey up to this point, or like, is this incomplete? This is incomplete, right? All right. So okay. So right, but it's not complete. So I think that it's really important to understand that we're getting information up to this point. I don't know, maybe hold off on the survey data until you complete it so it won't cause this type of, we've spent 15 minutes on something that is not complete, so.
Understood.
Yeah, it's 214 responses out of 300,000 people, so we have a long ways to go, and I can appreciate the information update or the report update, but just keep in mind when you're bringing the updates, either over communicate that, hey, this is just up to this point, so that we aren't hung up on having an ultimate complete expectation with incomplete data.
Understood.
Thank you. Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colin, thanks for the presentation. I just had a question about the, if you could go back to that slide with the, I'm sorry about that, the rent experiment assumptions. Exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot going on here in this, and then and you all understand the details way better than I do. But it seemed from a lay perspective, what I heard you saying was there's a whole lot going on. There's like I guess like lot sizes, units per lot, parking, no parking, a lot of different variables. But ultimately, what you're saying is that when there's more units, the rents go down, right?
Yeah.
And so I think you referenced something about like some policy choices we have to be aware of. I guess I want to, maybe I'm sort of like, maybe I'm missing something, but like, so since affordability is so important, it's one of the key objectives of our city, right? What are the policy choices then that we're wrestling with if more units means more affordability? What's not good about that?
Which slide you're talking about, the slide with
yeah, the one we're looking at. Yeah.
I can't see it.
I don't think the screen is sharing. Colin, it's the one that's got the chart with the colorful vertical bars where you're comparing the current EHC to some policy choices.
Okay, so can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Yeah, because again, I guess the question again is big picture. So I think you referenced policy choices as you were talking about the slide, and I'm just wondering, like, it seems to me that like more supply is good because it gives more affordability. So what are the policy choices we would be looking at? What's the downside of more supply, which equals more affordability?
It's a balance between, how much density versus, what the community can tolerate, right? Because there's typically a pushback from community members when you talk about adding density to neighborhoods for a variety of reasons. I think, if you just ask single family homeowners if they want more density in their neighborhood, they might just say no. And so, there's a policy decision there that needs to be made. And there's trade-offs that are happening, right, in terms of like cost of housing, quality of housing, versus, number of units or number of people that are living in a particular house structure or neighborhood. So I guess we were just suggesting to you guys that, some thinking needs to happen about where on that spectrum do you want to land, right? So you can, from a policy perspective, decide that, you're not going to regulate density. For example, you can do things like limit the number of units that are allowed on a lot, right? So if you just take 10,000, it is kind of a density constraint, kind of, right? So you can have a 10,000 square foot lot. You can say you can have 4 units on that lot. Or you could say, you can have 8 units per acre, right? Which you need a 20,000 square foot lot. if you want to get those 4 units on there. And we're just trying to help you understand the economic implications of those policy decisions or choices moving forward.
I appreciate that. Thanks for making that more explicit. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we heard some of that this morning in the workshop. Councilmember Caballero, then
Thank you. And I also just want to highlight how that actually aligns with transit. Last week was our joint DCHC MPO Campo meeting. And so there was various scenarios being presented around transit. And really to get some of the transit goals that we say we want. It's in our transit plan. We say we want these things. It is around density and it's around not capping it. So I think that that's the piece of land use. And it was a great conversation there around the connection of transit to land use and how important it is. But all of that is really underpinned on this question around density that is critical to our success as a community as far as, and we've made some of those really important decisions. I think the urban growth boundary really kind of literally is a line, right? And so once we've made that line and that has been passed by both the city and the county, that means on the inside of that line, you're going to get more density. Even if you are on the edges, maybe you'll get a little bit less dense on the edges than you are in some of our more infill neighborhoods, but a lot of those neighborhoods are established. And so what they turn into and how they redevelop is going to look different if we're actually going to achieve our goals around transit and what we're saying that's in the comp plan. Thank you.
This was actually on my list of things to bring up. And I actually took something different from my colleague from this slide, which is that, yes, number of units is important and density is important, but there are a list of several things that are listed as important: unit size, soft costs, and parking. And then also, if you look at this affordability scale, you also see a shrinking in the amount of square footage. The more affordable ones that we're looking at, the right side, those 3 are all 800 square feet. And I want y'all to make sure that we're paying attention to the fact that we are calculating this as affordability for AMI for a family of 4 in 800 square feet. And so I just think that it's important to acknowledge that it's not always just density that then indicates affordability. We have to look at all of these different policy decisions and how they interplay to make things affordable. And also we have to decide what we think is okay for people to live in. And that is a whole nother conversation. But I think that we've heard comments up here on this council from folks presenting that they could never imagine having their multiple children in a 1-bedroom house. But that's what we're talking about here, right? We have families that are larger, and we're in fact calculating this for 4 people. And we're looking at 800 square feet, which is totally livable for 4 people. But just note that size is important and number of people living there is important. And I also had one other question for the consultant while you were on. Can you talk about the process of engaging groups outside of citizen involvement? I'm thinking specifically, I know that we have an environmental affairs board that's been looking at specific parts of the UDO and some other science-based organizations in the community. Can you just talk about different stakeholders and their engagement with this process?
We're happy to talk to as many different groups as we need to be talking to. I don't think we specifically talk to the environmental board, but we have. I don't know who we've talked to specifically. I'd have to go back, but we have talked to a variety of stakeholders about changes that they would like to see in the UDO, like developers and the folks at the RTP. We have had sessions with them.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. And just
great.
At the kickoff, I believe in December, the consultant Code Studio met with a long list of stakeholders, both frequent applicants, both staff from other departments, right? So Public Works and Water Management, inspections, all these other departments that are impacted by the development ordinance itself, and received a lot of feedback there. We've had a lot of internal channels opened to receive feedback such as that. We have heard from many boards and commissions, AB obviously being one of them, and expect to receive feedback on and some of them we expect to get some proactive, suggestions up front. Other
Submitted comments, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've had ongoing communications with them about, as we've got drafts, going over them and discussing them. And certainly, as we talked about with engagement earlier, or I think Colin spoke of, when you've got some drafts to discuss, there's a more engaged conversation. So yeah, our expectation is definitely to receive feedback from stakeholders such as that.
Yeah, I think, this is a good start. We have to start somewhere. And to Councilmember Cook's point, it's a family of four, but I think the way I look at it is, we got to have a baseline. Not everyone who's moving in a home is going to be a family of four. And then we have some single residents that are living in a house, So I believe in establishing a baseline and then building up to be able to meet those different needs. But I think that all of the concerns that are brought up, are really important and worth acknowledging. So I think that you all have received a lot of feedback today that can help, have your outreach be a lot more sensitive, even in the presentation of the information. Sometimes, a lot of information can be, how much when you present it can have different outcomes. So I would just say pay close attention to what you've heard today. Housing is something that is quite contentious, because you're going to have you're going to have your focus group of folks that are going to live in the what if space. You're going to have the folks that are going to be in it like, hey, let's build as much as we can. And I think that there has to be a good median, as we consider all of the factors around it. I'm one to think about, sometimes the economic impact and how that, plays a part holistically, in housing. And we don't talk about that a lot, So I think what you've heard today is a really a good amount of information for you to take back and just, when you come back with your next update, just, have that intentionality in there. We have two more questions.
I just wanted to track back to the slide where you're discussing the price per unit for the duplexes. And I just wanted to say, so at 98%, I'm tracking that would be $164 per square foot or $165 per square foot. And to your point about the density with the balance, I'm trying to just get, if you go back a couple, it's a couple, but that one, the next one. So as you're tracking this for RU5 and I hear you what you're saying as far as collapsing them all to RC. Is there a reason why we're limiting it to 8 units per lot? Because I'm thinking that price point is probably really too high, like 165.
Which slide are you looking at?
It was the slide that was talking about, well, you were talking about how you would collapse the
Those were at the end, the one, yeah.
I think the one back there, yeah. So where you were combining the existing lower intensity residential districts, the questions slide.
Okay.
So is there a reason that you would cap it at 8 or 10 as opposed to 12 or 16? Like, is there some logic that you're using? I just want to follow with you on it.
Are you talking about question 2 or? question
One.
one. So we're just, you mean RS8 and RS10?
Yes.
Or,
I just want to give some context. So around expanded housing choices, I kept saying that we needed to do more than just the duplexes, and the triplex quads didn't make it in. And then we got to the conversations around eightplexes.
okay.
And I'm concerned because even at 7, when we talk about density, especially in the inner core, as folks are tearing houses down, if they're only building back 2 stories or 3 stories, and it is a single family duplex, I'm concerned that we're not allowing our development community to do not just 8plex, but 12plex, and essentially cottage communities that were a much larger size. I think we're being really conservative on our sizing for the intensity, especially on especially with the core. And I do want to say that especially based on price per square foot, because that seems really high.
We're happy to explore options, but I mean, I guess just so we're on the same page, I mean, you would be talking about taking all of the existing, I'm calling them lower intensity residential districts, so RU5, RS8, RS10, and allowing up to 8 units on a lot, which would be pretty intense, I would suggest. So we haven't really necessarily suggested that. We're just like, consider, so right now in RU5, you can do a 4plex as long as you have frontage on a right of way. I think that is at least 60 feet in width. We were just suggesting, one, shouldn't you apply that everywhere in RU5? And when I say RU5, I mean RU5 that's now combined with RU2, RU5-2, RS8, RS10.
And that's all RN, and it would all be like within any neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I hear that. I was trying to follow your reasoning. I get that. And then I just wanted to, there was one more. Just for the RS20 and RR specifically, are you identifying areas that should remain RR or RS20? Based on the place type map and?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yes. I mean,
and so
they will.
So it's not essentially everywhere. So not every residential, no. It would just be within.
Yes.
Okay.
So we would pull out R20 and RR and combine that and call that something like, maybe it's still called RR. So they would be, and that would be a very similar intensity as it is today, and would probably be located outside of the urban growth boundary.
So I would just share, I think what I'm grasping at is that there's a shift, and those shifts are happening. It would be helpful to really see, I'm a map person.
You'll see, yes.
I visually see like as a map, but it would be helpful to see some of that, whatever it is from your audit, even if it's not in text, if there was a mapping form of that to show the shift would be the most helpful, because just in a very Eastern sense of a way, like it's very industrial. There's a lot of commercial, like there's very little commercial, and then there's a whole lot of residential. And as you shift that neighborhood from RU5 or RU5-2 to RN, it is going to be increasingly important to figure out where that. I mean, I can see plots of land in my head. There are areas that could be 12 stories, and to see a whole bunch of, houses around would be frustrating. That would not be density, and it's very much the downtown core, like near the downtown core. And then to the point around engaging, I do want to make sure that you are, because I heard you said transportation, right? And in this transportation vein, if there's a way to timeline out some of that mapping, because there are projects that are related to our streets, our roads, and state roads or city roads, all of that matters. I think when folks are saying they don't want density in their community, oftentimes it's based on the fact that their roads are not ready. And so if you could show that, it might be more helpful to the public in seeing how the roads will shift over time and where that density can grow. Because we do, to Councilmember Caballero's point, we do have that outer growth limit that we're setting, but I think we're not showing people what's coming, and that's making it a little bit difficult. And I understand it's not, I want to go back to that slide or there's a slide where you showed a graphic of the specific place type and then all the things that can happen underneath it. There has to be something that shows the roads and what is happening in that area as well. So it has to be some real-time information in a very general sense where you can find, TIP or the STIP or TIP or whatever that's coming, so that people are, it's kind of like making it user-friendly so that there's a way to track back to it, because I know it can't be set. We need to use it for the next 10 years. Hopefully it's not 10 years, but so that's all.
Yeah, Councilmember Prim, just to respond to both those last comments, full agreement and for both. And I think what you really highlighted is something that both Colin and I have said today, is that the true engagement and the real conversation will begin when we have those maps and those proposed areas. So I think that'll be, I'm excited to have those conversations with the community and obviously with all of you.
Thank you so much. And I think what Councilmember Freeman just said, and I'm going to put an end to that. Because I want to make sure we're using hard data. I think Rose is part of it. There's so much more why folks don't want it or why folks do want housing. So we are in the beginning of this, and there is a lot of public engagement still have to go on. But I think if we continue on this conversation today, we might as well get sleeping bags. But I really enjoyed this conversation. As I've stated before, this is a very policy-rich board, council. So, Alex, if there are no more questions, good. I'll answer that for you, and we will go ahead and call this. Hold on, Councilmember Freeman, what you say? When is the next update, Sarah? Director Young?
So we'll be getting the draft from Code Studio, as Colin mentioned. It'll be an iterative process, and once we have that, you'll hear from us when we get that first round. Now, there'll be some comment back and forth, certainly with staff internally, but you'll hear from us after that, and we'll have more robust engagement at that time. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Fall. Late fall.
All right.
Just because the short term went away. I just want to make sure that it.
Understood.
Yeah. Well, we're going to settle the agenda right now. But no, not yet. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I wanted to appreciate everybody for submitting your nominations. I know it was a lion's share of work, and probably took you a little bit of time to get through them, but I really appreciate it. The Durham Board of Adjustment mayoral appointment is Matthew Lawling. The Durham Open Space and Trails Commission mayoral appointment is Forrest Perry, and these are all nominations. Carolina Theater and Durham Board of Trustees appointment. In the category of Business, Finance, Arts, Culture, and Community Relations is Josephine K. Davis. The Durham Open Space and Trails Commission appointment in the category of Ward 3, the nomination is Harrison Gilbert. The Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment in the category of Walking, Running, Pedestrian Community for Marginalized Groups. There was consensus to re-advertise this one.
No, I don't think,
I'm not going in order.
but there was one to re-advertise.
There was, yes, it's number 6. Item
Was that the one we
6.
talked about earlier?
No, that was item
Okay.
10. The Durham Workers' Rights Commission appointment in the category of diverse backgrounds is Christopher Anderson. The Racial Equity Commission appointment representing Ward 2 is Michelle Burks Augenstein. For the Durham Cultural Advisory Board appointment, there were 5, and the DCAB recommended Laura Ritchie, Eric Bauer, Linda C. Beelens, and Pamela Bond, and Santos Flores, and those were the ones that were nominated. For the Participatory Budgeting Committee appointments for the category of at-large, Hannah Bartelbaugh, Rosa I. Capari Paradiso, Bonita A. Graham, Denard Haney, Angela C. Jimerson, Donna L. K., Murphy Liu, Axel Herrera Ramos, and Christopher E. Rhodes. For the youth position, Asa Bourne Garand. The Human Relations Commission appointment, there were 8 of them. And yes, all 8 were selected. Nataskia Adams, Michael Cornwell, Alexandra Gwynn, Kelly Hicks, C. Dwayne Hinnant, Jack Holtzman, Harvey L. McMurray, and Thomas W. Shaw. Now for the ones that we do not have consensus on is the Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointment representing at-large. There were 2. One of them has been decided, and that's Jonathan Chan. But the second one, we've got a split vote between Karina Barnett Loro, Rima Garabadu, and Sandra D. Howell.
Madam
there-
Clerk, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, is that one that there was a recommendation for?
Yeah.
Yes,
Karina was the one who was
Karina and
recommended.
Jonathan Chan. Mhm.
Okay, so those are who I voted for, and I would like to continue to support those 2 because those are the recommendations.
I
from-
can't remember, but you can move mine to the recommendation.
Okay,
If it was.
all right, and that takes care of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was.
All right, and then we do have the Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee appointments. The 2 vacancies, one was representing Faith Community and the other former homeless person, and that is the one that we're going to go back and contact the applicants. But I did want to defer to the city manager on this.
Well, thank you. Before I started to sort out the proposed agenda for your consideration, the discussion was around reaching out to the applicants and determining which position they applied for. But does that mean you're going to refer it back to the department, or you're going to have that occur in the 11 days between now and the council meeting and leave it on the cycle? That needs to be determined before I set the agenda. There- It would be the council's decision, but obviously there's 11 days between right now and the next meeting, and it will not be on consent. No, I'm not saying you need nobody tomorrow. I'm just saying you all need to decide if you want to leave it on the cycle and place it on
I think,
GBA.
yeah, I mean, we talked about doing it quickly, so I think we leave it on unless we don't hear from them, and then we can reassess at the meeting. Is that possible?
Yeah, whatever we have, we can decide then if we don't have.
Right.
So that would go on a GBA.
GBA. Thank you very much. That's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. All right.
I raised that Sandra Howell was reapplying, so I do have questions for the Environmental Affairs Board. She's been to every meeting, so I'm not
I
Oh,
sure
actually
why.
spoke with one of the board members, and they said that they did not recommend her because it was their understanding that she was not applying this time and she did not actually want the seat. So that was why they did not endorse her, but
So I think
we have an application, so
it may be a good idea to reach out on that one just because she was reapplying.
I'm glad it's on GPA. We have time to figure all this out.
well, that's a different one. That one's on consent, yeah.
So I would just move that one to GBA as well, that's all. That is EAB.
Making you work today. Which one is that one? The Environmental Affairs Board. Which number? Number 8? Number 8.
I'm not.
You the alternate?
I thought Nate. I thought, yeah.
Just to clarify, you want item number 8 and item number 10 shifted to GBA.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Durham City Council. I have for your next city council meeting for consent, items 1 through 5, items 7 and 9, items 11 through 36, and items 39 through 42. For the GBA, I have item 8 and item 10, and for GBA public hearings, item 38.
All right.
Mr.
I'll
Mayor, I have
enter-
one thing.
Mhm.
under-
Oh, yeah. Other
Yes,
items.
I did. So under other items, I just wanted to circle back with council that there was the one outstanding item for our budget, which was legal aid, where we had left it that I would circle back with staff and Sarah D'Amato, who's the managing director for the project. And it is understood that there is 350,000 plus, 350,000 plus that is rolling over into the next fiscal year. So their budget for fiscal year 24-25 is whole at that $1 million. Moving forward, what is in the base budget is $650,000. The reason that they're whole this year is because they had money to carry over. That will not be the case for next year. So if council, when we are doing budget deliberations next year, wants to increase funding for legal aid, that will have to be something that we address as a council, because at this point, what has been established by community development as their kind of base budget and how they prioritize it, it is 650,000. So I just wanted to follow up with folks and say we're good for next year, but it will have to come back before us. Thank you.
To that point, I did want to follow up and say that I've heard from folks from the Cultural Advisory Board, and they do want the additional funding.
Yes, they do.
And also from Step Up Durham, and they do want the additional funding. And so I do want to make sure that it's on your radar for that Monday night.
Well, it's all on my radar.
Thank you.
And I am in full support on both.
Thank you. I'm just following up on the item I said I was going to follow up on. That is all. Thank you.
It is on the radar. That's what it'll be today. All right. Madam Chair.
So motion to settle the agenda? You need to do that or no?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so moved.
And there's a second. All right. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Late
Oh.
hour.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I'm ready. I know what to do now. All in favor? All opposed? All right, let's go. You guys are welcome to come to the baseball game tonight. Cool. Awesome. Oh, it's Pride night. Oh, cool.